don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. It's our time to shine. High light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keancaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Hi! Hi! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hi! 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 Ha! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Judgement? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! Maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
Stings. Victory.
Yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba kita menimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hi! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers awaken. A call to rise, to reignite, to reemerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire. Unwritten stories. Fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground. And they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the embers awakening.
How's it going, everybody? And welcome to the Honor of Kings Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me today is Contra. How are we feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling extremely excited. This is our first time ever casting together, and of course, we got some high-stakes game involved for our very final day of the regular season. So, of course, for these guys who are tuning in, sit back, relax, and enjoy all this explosiveness that is to be offered by some of the top teams across Malaysia.
Exactly. I mean, this is the last day of the regular season as well, right? So in terms of obviously standings and whatnot, it doesn't really do much with the teams that we have left, but they are going to kind of try to be playing to try and get some of those tasty sort of incentives that we have within the regular season, right? Like if they get some 2-0s, they get some extra cash in their pocket, stuff like that. So I feel like that's what the teams are really playing for today.
True enough, and I guess like maybe there's still a little bit more of that battle between DTE as well as Team Secret in order for them to maybe alter the course of what the playoffs might actually look like if they do manage to win some of the series for today. But it's definitely not going to be an easy task because they got massive challengers waiting for them later on. So let's take a look quickly into the standings for the moment to tell you a little bit deeper on what the story has been so far for teams.
Yeah, so obviously currently at the top after their win against Nova Esports yesterday with 2-1 score is going to be Black True Esports. Second place is going to be none other than Nova Esports. AG Global still keep procuring that third place. O2 Esports in 4th. Team Secret and DTE are 5th and 6th. And then Todek and Seoul Esports, obviously, unfortunately, have no chance of getting into the play-ins, and they are your 7th and 8th team. So really, we're looking at still those top 6 teams in the standings.
Yeah, it's really sad to actually see them go out like this. But then again, of course, with our 6 teams pretty much locked right in, I really want to see what are they going to really show us heading into this upcoming matchup. So, like, do they really want to unveil some of the cards that some of these teams will be facing heading into the playoffs, where DTE and a lot of all these other names out there will be looking to make a deep run? So let's take a look at today's schedule, as we definitely have some of all these big matches coming up. So starting things off, it is going to be DTE that will be going up against AG Global. And on match 2, we'll have Dota versus Black True Esports. And to end the evening, we'll have Nova versus Team Secret, the El Clasico.
Yes, exactly. I mean, DTE against AG is going to be a bit of a fun one, I think, because obviously, so far, I think with the standings and matches we have today, this was the only match previously that got a 2-1 scoreboard. The rest were like 2-0s. But obviously, this is the last day of the regular season. Like I said previously, they are going to want it to try and make it, or at least improve on their standings they have against these teams already. I mean, realistically, if we're looking at it, Nova against TS could potentially be a little bit of a difference maker. Whereas Todek against BSE, Todek, it's going to be hard for them. Maybe they could get a game off BSE, but right now, BSE being top of the leaderboard, I don't think they want to have a blemish on their record.
Yeah, definitely. And Todek on the last row, I'm not too sure how serious will they actually take the matchup, but hey, you got to end it with a bang, and we'll have to see what can these guys offer later on. So that being said, DTE, the last time they actually met some of the members of AG Global, they definitely shocked the globe with their performance, where they managed to overcome the AG Global that was undefeated at that point of time. So are they going to pull off another 2-1 record again? And that might just actually alter the course of the playoffs when it comes down to whether or not, even if Team Secret actually wins their series, it doesn't really matter because of the aggregate that they had in those prior runs.
Exactly. I mean, I think there's a few teams within the regular season that have been like a little bit of not had their cleanest of runs, but DTE are definitely one of those teams that have been surprising us. Obviously, they've had wins against the likes of like Team Secret, O2 Esports, but then they've also lost to teams like Seoul Esports. So it's really shown that over the 6 weeks, there's been a difference of the performance. But speaking of performance, what has been running the performance of the entire tournament is the Real Me 14 series. So if you're going to be go gaming on your mobile, pick Real Me 14 series. It is going to be featuring 5G. It has the Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, obviously long-lasting battery, vapor cooling chamber as well, and obviously it does allow you to play Honor of Kings at 120 FPS. So if you want smooth gameplay, pick the Real Me 14 series. So when gaming, pick Real Me 14.
Yeah, I've been looking for a brand new phone for myself because mine is pretty much, I don't know, it's lagging behind, and definitely will consider the Real Me. But of course, there's also a lot of other things that you guys don't want to miss, especially the opportunity to meet some of your favorite pro players as well as people in the HOK community. So you definitely want to be in Sunway Pyramid from 6th of June till the 8th for our playoffs. That's right, we'll be having everybody having a big celebration by the end of the MKL, where we're going to be seeing who will be crowned champions by the end of the run here. So make sure you make your way to Sunway Pyramid, LG2 Blue Concourse, and of course cheer on your favorite teams in the playoffs.
Exactly. I mean, it just doesn't end there with the playoffs as well, right? Like in this offline event, you're going to be kind of cheering on and seeing who Malaysia is going to be sending through to KWC later on in the year to represent the Malaysian region as well, right? So that's going to be really exciting to see. The top 3 teams do go through to Saudi Arabia like in about 2 months' time. So it's going to be very exciting for these teams. And I don't think the regular season is going to be between here and obviously the KWC. There's not going to be a big break for these teams, so they definitely need to kind of keep up in the ante after the MKL as well.
True enough, especially with all eyes coming in from across the globe, looking at the MKL meta on how these guys are making sort of moves. Because the last time we saw, I mean, Nova Esports definitely made a statement run during the Invitational, so there's definitely a lot more attention being drawn right in from all the other teams, studying some of the patterns or whatever the meta is currently looking at, like for the side of MKL. So that being said, I mean, it could still be anybody out there. Who knows? There might just be big shocking upsets where we might not even get to see Nova in the KWC, which, you know, will be very upsetting because they've been having such a fantastic run here alongside with BSE.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, anything can happen, but at the same time, from what we see statistically, I think Nova Esports definitely have a shot going into it. But I mean, there is a bit of a shakeup within the format as we get into the playoffs as well, right? Like, as soon as those play-in matches are done, now we're into the best of 5 format realm, and we've seen some of the best of teams really struggle to even just like the potential of only one more game really puts their drafts under kind of like a fine-tooth comb as well. So really, that's the next step for these teams, that best of 5 format.
True enough, and of course, all these teams, other than, you know, the current top dogs who are currently sitting at the 1st and 2nd seed, I think that the 3rd seed itself is highly contested. It's kind of hard to tell when you look at the kind of power rankings. It is definitely looking super close. But you know what? Let's talk more about our upcoming matchup right here. Is we've got DTE fielding out the staple roster of having BB, Zunzun, Hao, as well as CM. CM so far, just like what we've always seen from him, he is the clutch master of the team.
Yes, the clutch master on the side of DTE, but their opponents are going to be none other than AG Global. So Saber, Yulong, JD, PHY, and Daohan into the clash lane. Again, the AG Global, we know as a team from the Season 3 Invitational, Malaysian Invitational Qualifier, that they were the biggest upset for the Malaysian scene, right? But now going into the regular season, they have pretty much got themselves into that 3rd space for now, but they haven't done it as clean as we were really hoping to, right? We're still waiting to see that golden AG Global that we know they have within them.
Yeah, especially on the second half of the MKL portions, we were definitely looking a little bit shaky for the side of AG Global. But, you know, when we were pitting these two teams together, all eyes are on these two gentlemen, CC as well as JD on the farm lane.
Yes, so farm lane head-to-head here, obviously we see a big kind of difference and shift into the favor of JD here with a 4.9 KDA average. Gold per minute is 770.9, so a good like 50 gold difference per minute there, and an average kill obviously going over once more at that 3.30 average kill per game. But kill participation for both of these players is pretty much neck and neck, so that's where the only time these two players meet eye to eye.
True enough, and it actually tells us a little bit of the story of how AG Global also does play revolving around JD a whole lot as well. So since I think like he isn't exactly taking a backseat overall, but there's definitely maybe a higher priority where DTE is just trying to get their jungle ahead. So they'll definitely have to see who's going to be coming up on top when they do go into the hero score. So when we saw what happened onto the last time that they've met, it went 2-1, and it was one of the closest series that we've ever get to witness in the MKL, where it definitely was very shocking to see the ultra dominant AG Global back then suddenly dropping a game, and they're starting to really they start to show a little bit of sign of weakness here and there. But those kind of brawls, as well as plenty of all these early skirmishes, is what we would basically expect moving into this upcoming best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Between these two teams, I believe this was the game that kicked off the entire regular season as well, right? So the DTE going up against a already feeling deflated AG Global after that Season 3 run, right? Obviously, we were expecting a lot more things of AG Global as they were going into Season 3. Didn't quite have the dream run that we were really expecting. And then they come into the MKL and obviously drop around from DTE from that first day. So I feel like even from that first day, AG Global have been learning and been trying to kind of find their identity within the MKL. I mean, they've definitely been able to kind of get a solid kind of identity and at least position within the league, because they are third place, but there's still so much more we can see from this team.
True enough, where it isn't exactly a very dominant run as of late for AG Global, so it's definitely super important for them to at least get back into the playstyle or even the pace that they had on the first half of the season. So for the rest of DTE, I mean, this is a team that we have called them as the dark horse, the underdogs or so, but time and time again, when push comes to shove, they've been able to overcome some of these crazy demons in the lobby. So I'm definitely excited on what DTE could potentially bring to the table, whether or not if they say that, hey, we're not a fluke, this is just going to be another 2-1 or even 2-0 stomp per se. So DTE kind of needs to prove themselves right now.
They are probably the team within this best of 3 that definitely need to prove themselves a little bit more. Obviously, they are currently lower in the standings compared to AG Global. So definitely want to try and come out this one guns blazing, right? They definitely want to try and get 2-0 or at least maintain that 1 win against AG Global per round. But overall, it's not going to make too much difference here in terms of the standings, but AG do choose the blue side within this game 1 between DTE. So DTE do get that reactive red side.
And it's definitely going to be pretty interesting to actually see how they would be able to get those double priorities on whichever picks that they really want to, whether if it's something of a comfort pick for CM or maybe securing, you know, something like an Arlie if it wasn't being first picked by AG Global. So we'll definitely have to take a close look into what these teams are trying to prep up. You know, look at yesterday's run. We've seen a lot of funky stuff. Even Prince of Ladling popping out of nowhere. I don't know. That's coming in from Dota, but I don't think we're going to go for those crazy shenanigans. So AG Global, they will start things off by taking out the Dharma.
Yeah, Dharma ban is pretty predominant within the MKL Spring Season 2025 as well, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot of kind of Dharma prio bans onto the blue side, as well as a potential jungle pickup as well. More likely the Luna, the Pei. Obviously, DTE have now just taken the Luna off the table, but then have also taken the Jung Fei here as well. So how not quite getting that big beast of the support pick that we've been seeing run rampant within the MKL. Definitely one of the biggest performance so far in this regular season.
True enough, if we take a look at win rates itself for how many umpteen games that Jung Fei was being played out, it's still sitting at above 60% win rate, which is kind of absurd, right? Where almost every team has been able to play it super proficiently, so you definitely don't want that to be getting in your way. Meanwhile, Byron Ban coming in from the side of DTE. Does this actually tell us that they want to go for something like a Mayin? I'm not quite sure yet, but AG Global, they want to start with something steady as well as staple in the marksman to get JD up ahead with this Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of debates, like, do they decide to go for the Pei, to decide to lock in Yulong's pick first? But from what we saw yesterday, when we've seen teams kind of lock in the jungle pick first, it wasn't actually paying off much advantage for them within their best of 3s. So going in for the Arlie here, giving it over to JD rather than giving it over to Sissa onto the side of DTE is very good. But speaking of very good, is this combination of the Princess Frost and Liang, right? This is going to be what you need to shut down the likes of the Pei and the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, I really do love that. They wasted their time. They didn't even second guess it. They've already had this in mind. It's like, okay, we see that Mai Shiranui. She won't get to play the game so long as Winter is here, as well as power control drops right in, where you can just instantly delete somebody and render them useless in the team fight. But DTE, they do have certain answers where perhaps they would be able to exert a little bit more pressure with the tempo that they have, especially involving the Sunta. It definitely would be really interesting to see how much of a lead DTE could actually get with what has been secured in the first half of the draft.
Correct. I mean, the Sunset here is great at obviously trying to upset the scales, like you were saying there, Contra. Like, if you get the set sail into there, it's then do both PHY or Saber go, you know what, do we use the suppression now? Do we use our winters here now? But then they've really got to kind of weigh that out if it's going to be the Pei and the Mai Shiranui just leading up into that engage. So definitely kind of catch them out here is DTE with this draft so far. But looking over to DTE, they ran out the Igudo, because again, we're looking for a tank onto the side of AG Global. They definitely need some kind of front line, and they need some kind of healing.
Yeah, right now, the AG Global definitely needs something that's super beefy, and now that they have a little bit more of that utility support, so you're probably look at AG Global to be fielding something a little bit more defensively over onto the Clash lane, and like I said, now without the Agudo in the jungle, does that actually force them to play something like a Dune or so to have a little bit more of that catch potential? But then again, it will be a little bit disjointed when it comes down to how they would actually come up with a formula of a huge combo in those team fights. So we'll have to see. DTE will be looking into securing themselves their support, so the Dada is definitely could be something that they could fall back to.
Fall back to indeed, because I mean, both AG Global and DTE were definitely lacking kind of like a sustained part of their draft here. Diadea gives over the healing, also does a lot of damage, but also has that great kind of like counter engage mechanic with a Destiny counter ultimate. But speaking of that, it is going to be Orgrin coming through here for the side of AG Global. This seems like a draft that we did see yesterday, at least the Orgrin, the Princess Frost, and the Liang at least coming through here as kind of like the core of that. But then Mayeen to round out the side of AG Global means that they have the kind of self-sustaining Clash lane that don't need to kind of send a healer up there. She has the HP regen thanks to her passive.
Yeah, I really do like the ideas coming in from the side of AG Global. They still have maybe a little bit more of a big catch potential coming in with a Mayeen flank. So we'll definitely have to see how well that will match up to the rotation of the Sun Tzu. That's going to be pretty pesky to deal with once he actually goes in the set sail. DTE now tries to round out their composition by bringing the Lung. Always could be pretty steady for them to actually play this out up against an early. So I would still see maybe a little bit of a higher priority for the side of AG Global when it comes down to their bottom lane overall. But DTE, it really depends on how well do they actually play that early game, get things running for Jun Jun, and who knows, this might just be a snowballing tempo where AG Global, once they get their ultimates up, we know what's going to happen when they just drop it all together.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I do like about DTE Gaming's draft here is the fact they do have a lot of like early game potential, especially in the form of Sunset at level 4. Obviously, Pei is only as good as you kind of be aggressive against your enemy jungle, as well as scale very much early on. But then they have the late game potential with the Lung, right? So they definitely have kind of like those two timers in consideration. But we are getting into game 1 between AG Global and DTE Gaming right now.
Yeah, to kick things off, we'll really have to see what goes on over on the Clash lane now that this is going to be down and dealing with the situation where they've already had 2 members up top just to get a little bit more of the control. So not too much of a cheese so far, where it's just going to be a standard laning phase coming into the bottom, where we're only looking at a very early rotation. Proactive moves coming from BB.
Yeah, I mean, up into the top side of the map, but they definitely need to kind of play more towards like a 2-1 format. Obviously, Sunset doesn't have the best time against the Mayeen in the early game in terms of the clash. Obviously, she has a lot of mobility, kind of dodges his CC, which is generally what he counts on for that early engage, right? But like you said there, obviously, BB is going to be more so rotating down to the bot side of the map, trying to get Lung online, trying to give him a little bit more of an easier time down there.
The more pressure you add to the early, it's just gonna make things harder for them to scale for AG Global. So right at this moment, of course, a very steady start, only just a couple hundreds ahead for the side of DTE with just about enough pressure, but they're already marking down BB just to put him a little bit behind, but it's not too much of a deep thought that they're going for, since it's just a little bit too risky. But AG Global, they've managed to secure themselves a little river sprite out of that scuffle.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely needed it right. Obviously, they were behind in terms of the gold here. JD taking a lot of blows there, but it is thanks to the Maple Dance. It's able to mitigate that damage from the Flaming Palms. So a good timed Maple Dance there from the side of AG Global. They needed it, because I feel like if that came through, and obviously we saw BB with the rotation there was a potential setup for a first blood, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty decent calling, as well as AG to be able to respond to a little bit more of that aggression coming from DTE. So this is where we'll have to see how well will they be able to actually handle certain situations when it comes down to big objective fights, where what DTE will have to be careful about is when a power control is going to be popped by Saber or even PHY to even zone them off with the Winters here. So DTE, I really wonder, how do they actually navigate around these big elements?
I mean, they've definitely got to catch out the back line, right? Like I said, they're probably going to be using CM, the clutch maker, to make those clutch plays. So going in with the set sail to kind of set up the team fight into their favor. And obviously they do have the aid of the Diadema as well, right? Like they have the Destiny counter that can kind of do damage, but also heal into that early part of the team fight as well. But if they expand that a little bit too early, then the sustainability of DTE gaming becomes kind of a much different tale into those later parts of the team fight.
Sure enough, and we're looking at a 3-man setup over on the class lane. This might just be a little bit scary for Simon Down. He commits, jumping in with a knockup, but he has to get out of his way. Here comes Winters here, locking them in place. Power control, secures first blood for Downhead.
Yep, and this is the downfall of the My Shiranui, right? Like, if you want to do the damage, you need to be into the front line, but who else is going to be there to catch you? It's going to be PHY and Saber. Right now, Yulong put a bit of pressure here onto Jun, just forced him out of his jungle. Also going to get the balls here from him as well, which is going to be kind of trying to slow down this pay pick for now, which is what you want to do if you want to punish a player on the pay.
Yeah, that was beautifully executed by AG Global. They definitely expected that form of aggressive play, and just like that, they turn it around, get a couple of camps at the very same time alongside with the first blood, and that opens up enough room for them to secure the first tower in the game.
Yeah, so a good play here by AG Global. Obviously, not only getting first blood, getting the rotation, but also putting the pressure onto Jun into the jungle. But then, like, as they were going down, it's like, right, guys, it's time for the Tyrant to come up. We've now got the Tyrant. There wasn't really much going on down to the bottom side of the map as well. It's just the fact that JD's keeping Sosa there just to make sure he's kept in check and all eyes are on him.
Sure enough, they're just hoping to get them all pretty much skilled up. DT just dealing with a little bit of a deficit at the moment, where they're probably going to be looking for alternative plans, because that gank onto Downwind didn't exactly work out according to their plan, but they did have a cheeky setup inside of Burst, where Downwind jumps right in to secure it for Yulong on the student state, and also another one in JD's back. That, for the set sail, doesn't really garner all too much for DTE, as he's too late to the party.
Yeah, just a little bit too late, obviously. Seeming to be a bit of a delay there with public transport. A kind of Britishness being brought here by the side of DTE gaming. But this is the good catch out here for Saber, right? Like, if he takes down Hao very early on, the sustainability is gone. Same here, we see that CM has to force the flash to get out of there. So common skill is down, which means that AG Global know that they could try and go and get a more successful gank into the clash lane just a few moments later on, as they're trying to push this T1 right now.
Yeah, who have to fall back and mind the gap, speaking of the subway stations. And look at the current scenario, the rest of the members of DT will have to give them a little bit more space, but they're looking for a little bit more of an answer coming into the mid lane. Having to move down low as we take a look at the rest of AG Global beelining their way, hoping for a big catch coming in from the side of Saber, but so far to no avail.
Yeah, I think they're safer now. Like, they got the push into the top side of the map, but then obviously DTE played their own respect and got the T1 down to the bottom side of the map as well. So just kind of trying to equalize that pressure amongst the gorge for DTE gaming, because obviously the team fights aren't going too well for them right now, so they have to try and get their resources from elsewhere, whether it be the turrets, whether it be trying to steal away some of Yulong's camps. But right now they don't quite have that privilege, especially towards the top side of the map, to try and get the entry in, especially that Azure Golem, which would really upset the flow here if you long on the Orphan.
Yeah, sure enough. DT having a little bit of a plan there to set up a bush camp, but it doesn't seem like AG Global is going to be phased, as they definitely have pretty much a similar idea of where exactly they will be located. But that actually opens enough space for the Overlord, despite them not really taking it. And without that form of response and lesser members to be playing over on to the bottom lane, this is just going to open up enough space for JD to claim a free tier 2 turret.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at JD's itemization very quickly before anything happens, he has the Doomsday book suppression coming through.
It's a beautiful power word control, and just like that, they catch out DTE yet again, and that's where Dowling comes in with a flank to get themselves another hefty flank, and that's 6-0 for AG Global, already hitting onto the inhibitors and potentially ending it at 7 minutes of play. Here we go into the base as they will dive right into the crystal, but there's no minutes left. Here goes where we have Sunsun trying to hold them all back, and there's all that there is from that takedown. AG Global on a massive streak.
Yeah, no, if it wasn't for Judgement there, that definitely would have been over, right? Like, he was there to kind of put the pressure on, gave both BB and How enough time to get back to base, because at that time, they only had the 2 minions, so obviously the Destiny counter could have come through there just to wipe them out, but then also the Kajusans would have been enough kind of range to make sure that BB doesn't overcommit himself here, but definitely a very solid play here from AG Global, completely wiping out that farm lane.
Yeah, it's been looking super clean so far on their calls, and they managed to read DT like a book on not only their position in the map, but at the very same time, in these team fights, Saber, who's been pivotal in getting all these massive catches, and it just really renders the confidence level of DTE in securing anything done at all, but at the very least, they do have some pressure building up over onto the Clash lane overall, but this is Yulong dropping in yet again, and this is where they drop in with another beautiful Conductor of Souls as they chase on up against BB, about to slide all the way back, and here goes Infinite Vastness to just steer clear away from danger, where they will have to cut their losses. CM and Sunsun goes down.
Yeah, they needed to retreat back to base, right? Because you saw that minion wave coming through. There is 2 minion waves coming through here as well, right? So if they did go back and they caused a fight and even lost BB within that one, because they looked very, very low, that would have been, again, a sure sign for towards the end times here for DTE in this game number 1. We can see the AG Global, again, just applying that same kind of pressure into the top side of the map, getting that T2 here as well. But now they have that fortunate position in this 9-minute game where they can just help themselves to the side of DTE Gaming's jungle. Like, they took the Crimson. They're looking potentially to clean up this Golem here, the Azure Golem, from the side of DTE as well. So they already punished Judgement so much on this pay.
Yeah, they're just going for all these free ways. Despite DTE securing the Overlord, it's only going to stall time for a little bit. I don't think that there's going to be any form of access for the side of DTE to even consider a challenge onto the upcoming Tyrant. So it is a little bit tough for DTE at the moment. But what I really wanted to see is to have this Sunsun to be more actively involved, whether to initiate or so, but it doesn't seem like that was the case coming from the side of CM.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't quite have the tools that he needs, right? Like, the fact that the bot lane's been pushed all the way to the higher ground turret, he's already behind by 2k gold alone in his lane, right? So that's setting up a very hard precedent for him going into this 10-minute mark, as the, obviously, Shadow objectives come up. The Shadow Tyrant's already been taken, so again, a lot more damage going up the side of AG Global. So trying to set up this sort of playmaking team fight to finish off this game number 1, as right now DT is struggling for a kill on the board.
Looking for a dive. JD preemptively using Infinite Vastness while they move for a little bit more of a dive. CM sacrifices live, but at what cost? Nothing in return, as Yulong and JD will be able to shut them off completely, just waiting for the minutes to crash as they are hunkering down, chasing up to BB, but he will just sit in base where they've been having a little bit more push and pull. But yet again, AG Global goes in for the cleanest game that we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, definitely a clean game 1, right, against DTE Gaming. There was no kind of, like, points within that game where I really thought, like, like, if AG Global, like, stop here, we can kind of see a little bit of a judder. But there was none of that. There was literally just always kind of like that fast rotation. There was always pressure into the top side of the map when you play Mayeen going against the Sunset. You don't want to give that T1 over to him, because then it means that CM has the privilege to use that set sail a lot more frequently to go and aid the rest of his lanes. But these are the post-game stats as we're going into these right now. Obviously, we did see towards the end there that Yulong actually caught an L, and they were able to get at least a kill on the board for the side of DTE Gaming.
True enough. That's just about a consolation prize for the side of DTE. I think like what really broke the camel's back was that kind of one-track mind for DTE, where they were so focused on the down. It's like, hey, we can actually secure this first blood, but no. The rest of AG Global, they have definitely got the entire arsenal ready to be able to respond to DTE's aggression. And from that point onwards, DTE have lost too much of the control over the map.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Like I was saying, into the draft, they do have the early game, but they also have the late game potential of the Leung. But Sosa just didn't quite have that same what he needed into the bot side of the map to actually make sure that he was getting online. He did get a few bits of itemization that was actually coming through around about that 10-minute mark, but wasn't quite doing the damage right. We can see here 26.3k compared to My Shiranoi's 33. But then if we look over to the side of AG Global, there is a lot of damage coming from a lot of places. You got PHY on 36, you got Yulung on 46k. And then you've got JD and Dohain both on that 34k damage dealt. So much damage coming from so many different places that DTE just didn't have enough catch-offs to actually make a team fight go in their favor.
True enough. I mean, when we take a look at what's really necessary is for them to really gain that momentum as well as tempo. So we don't exactly get to see all too much of what the full combination of what they really bring to the table in those performing team fights, where they are pretty much scattered, as well as on how they actually execute it, where you kind of want somebody set up, ideally if it's not going to be CM, then maybe you have to really open up with some Brew engines or so, but it was rather difficult when you have to deal with, you know, that combination of Princess Frost as well as the Liang. So I think that this was just a very steady formula for the side of AG Global on how they've been able to execute some of all these clean teamfight executions.
Yeah, a very oppressive control duo, right? PHY and Saber on the Liang, just able to just catch off those big plays that are normally set up by the likes of BB, right? Like that's how the first blood came through, right? Like we saw the Dowhan. This is the good thing about the Mayin as well, is that you can kind of buy enough time for your team to rotate upwards, and then that's when obviously the big control came through and basically shut down BB. But looking at this goal graph here, it also paints that same story that we was on about, right? Like there was no real shaky part here for AG Global. Yes, in the early game, they were kind of like DTE Gaming was flirting with the goal lead, but it just wasn't kind of sizable enough for the fact that AG was just like, hey, we could just turn this around by stealing a few of your camps.
Indeed, and what really broke it was what we've mentioned earlier on, that initiation over onto the Clash lane, and that's where everything was pretty much going all in favor of the side of AG Global. They started raiding all the camps available from the side of DTE and just further denying what this pay could even offer in this matchup itself. So a really rough start for the side of DTE. Really do hope that there is steadier pace for them to actually play up on this upcoming game. So AG Global, I think that this has been pretty stock standard. I'm glad to actually see that they have definitely had a steady formula that they could basically utilize coming through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a strong team comp. Not to say that DTE Gaming's wasn't a strong team comp, it's just that it kind of all sort of situates and formulates around that early game for the side of DTE Gaming. They need to be very aggressive. They need to be going into the enemy jungle. They need to be taking away the resources from the Yulong on the Orgren. But none of that really happened, and that's where the punishment really came through here. But overall, we're looking at MVP here for AG Global. It's going to be none other than Saber with the catches of this Liang.
And every member of AG Global was literally playing around his ultimate, where whoever he utilized on the power control, they're definitely going to be faltering to the ground in a blink of an eye. So great work coming from Saber to secure himself another MVP title. Of course, we'll have to see with the rest of these members of DT can actually match up to that. Do they have to be concerned about this land pick moving into all these upcoming matches in the playoffs? We'll definitely have to take a look. Since this is a global pick span, they don't really have to be all too worried about this land because it won't be played out in the next matchup. But take a look at some of all these moments. This was the breaking point where it just started off explosive, where they're hoping to actually aim onto Dallin, but he turned the tides around in order to keep the ball rolling for AG.
Yeah, I'd say it wasn't like, it was less of a breaking point, more of a kind of just a telling tale, right? Like that, this is where we knew the power of PHY and Saber's combo would come in. It's just those big engages that we really were expecting from BB on like the picks up on My Shiranui to actually set up a good team fight and do enough damage for them Pei to come through, and then obviously Sissa to do a lot of damage with the Lung. Just wasn't quite happening, and you can see here, takedown, double kill going over to Yulong onto the Jun, which is where we started to see that break apart of the jungle, and then obviously this attack onto the high ground turret as well.
Yeah, and it just was super rough for the side of DTE, where they've already bled out so much to the point that it's just AG Global going on an absolute stomp over onto the course of what Game 1 was played out. So that being said, I'm thinking, how exactly will they be able to, of course, go in with the mental reset, knowing that, hey, we're already playing such an aggressive composition and we couldn't really get anything in return. Maybe like you said, right, perhaps what they really want to do is put enough pressure points onto other targets instead. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of that proactive jungle invades or so, in order to open up a little bit more wiggle room for themselves. So if there's any form of adjustments, that's what we really want to see out of DTE.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the draft wasn't the issue; it was the execution, right? Like, definitely, it's definitely got that game-winning formula. We've seen it time and time again, where a draft like that has definitely worked and secured some of these teams some of those big dubs. But like you were saying towards the post game as well, is like DTE Gaming don't have to worry about the Princess Frost and the Liang come through now anyway, because we are on that global ban pick. So again, that means that they can't pick up these picks anytime within this best of three. So AG Global have now expanded that. They've now got to try and go with a little bit more of a different formula. Obviously, we know Yulong is the jungler that likes to be the carry, but with that performance on the Ogryn, I would say he's definitely more kind of better situated being that anchor into the team fight, right? Like, he was definitely dominant. He was still doing a lot of damage on the Ogryn, and he still was able to get likes of double kills towards the latter part of the game. So maybe a little bit more of that from AG Global going into this game too, but I can imagine we may see maybe the Jin come through. We know Yulong loves that pick.
Oh, I really do love to see some flashiness coming in out of Yulong, if he ever considers that in game 2. So we'll definitely want to see if that happens, what are the rest of DTs going to respond with, because we haven't seen the Luna being picked up because it was banned way back in game 1. So is that going to be left out in the cards here for game 2? We'll definitely have to see if that's going to be the case. Now that that aggressive pick of Pei didn't really work out, does that also mean that DT is going to default back to something a little bit more beefy if it's going to be the case? So let's take a look into game 2's draft as we get that underway. DTE now we'll start off on the blue side, and the first thing that they eliminate is going to be the marksman Lung, so that there's not going to be all too much of a safety net. But AG Global says, nah, you can take out the Lung, you're not going to get the Arlie anyways.
Yeah, I mean, they can still do that, right? Because obviously DTE Gaming, they basically got rid and exhausted the My Shiranui pick. But the one pick that obviously AG Global did actually ban out first within the first game was obviously the Zhongfei. DTE Gaming are now kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place that they decided to go for the Zhongfei first pick. It would be at the detriment, especially with AG Global going onto the red side here, because they were like, you know what, if they don't pick it, we're going to go for it. They actually lock in the Huon here, so already kind of starting with the flex pick is a good start for DT Gaming, and obviously the utility of Huon is pretty solid as well. But as I said, Zhongfei does now go over to the side of AG Global as well as Jing.
Wow. I couldn't believe that the Zhongfei was let through heading into the first phase, but they're going to answer back with the Liu Bao in case if anybody gets caught out by this Jing, you could just come in with a battlefield command just to secure something in return. Now, to answer blow for blow, they're bringing out the Lamb. So do you think that this is going to be a good form of response up against this Jing, because you could kind of play pretty much on a similar tempo and maybe have a little bit more explosiveness coming through the fight?
I mean, with Alarm here, it depends on like how strong the backline of AG Global is going to be, and right now they're kind of playing into that in a way with the Yixing. Obviously, Yixing does a lot of damage, so having the Alarm going into the backline there, but then also pairing that with the synergy of the Lu Bang with the battlefield command means that not only do you get obviously one there, you are now getting a tank that obviously has a little bit of a taunt come through, as well as giving up the shield to Jun on the Alarm. But Yuan is also going to be give there to do a lot of sustain. We've seen some really aggressive Yuan plays. We've seen some very kind of passive, just playing it very simple, just being that kind of soak and giving healing over as well. But interestingly enough, AG Global are banning out still those marksmen. They don't want to kind of go against any hard-hitting marksmen in this game number 2.
Oh, the pool is gonna dwindle out by so much more where we only look at maybe a DRNJ or even a Chano to be one of the stronger kind of marksmen that's been in the meta as of late. So I guess it's going to be either or depending on what AG Global secures first and foremost. But without the Charlotte now, that definitely relieves a little bit more of the pressure from the Clash lane where Liu Bao could just be soaking up all these kind of pressure in the early game and then look to make a big play. My goodness, even the channel was banned away. So what really are the options right now for DT in the marksman role?
Yeah, I think the D-Ranger, like you said, is probably their best go-to, especially if they are able to use the ultimate onto Zhang Fei. Means that obviously his physical damage reduction does go through, but unfortunately AG Global catch down's like, hi guys, sorry, but we're going to pick this one up for ourselves, and they are going to be obviously using that to try and burst down those tankier picks onto the side of DTE.
Well, look at the current situation. DTE probably scratching their heads. Okay, Tsutsu, you gotta pull the cat out of the bag right now. What exactly will you be hunting for the playoffs if you do not get the kind of marksman that you need to? Is it gonna be things, I don't know, maybe a Garo, maybe a Houyi, or being pinched to the point where you don't really have necessarily that kind of high mobility marksman? Maybe a Marco Polo could be in the cards if you want to combo it with the Liu Bao, but instead they will have a little bit more of that safety net coming in with the Consort U. So I kind of like what they're coming up with. A little bit more of a sustained form of composition when you do have the Lady Jin as well as Yuan to be able to, you know, provide a lot of utility in those fights. But when it comes down to the team fights, I don't know. Are they looking for pickoffs? Are they looking for big AoE composition? Because AG Global, they do have all these big combos that they can actually work with in those fights.
Correct. I mean, to the side of AG Global, obviously they have the same problem that DTE Gaming have in the last game, but obviously DTE Gaming had the idea, so they had a little bit more sustain in healing, whereas on the side of AG Global, they're really relying on basically a lot of damage coming from Jing, coming from Yixing, but then also the pickoff of JD on the D-Ranger here, because they don't have any healing. It's only really going to be Daohen that's going to be able to kind of like heal himself up, right? Like the HP regen from Byron's kit. Coming through here, obviously he's going to be more so of that kind of second initiation into these team fights with the Zhang Fei as well, trying to pair it nicely. The Unbridled Outburst with Yixing's Rolling My Board can be quite impressive as well. It's a combo we've seen in other leagues, so maybe a little bit more of playmaking between PHY and Saber in this game too will be their win condition.
Yeah, we're very likely to have a very similar note where you have Saber to be initiating some of all these fights with the outbursts, like you said. So really depends on the type of positioning that Yulong actually gets in some of all these fights. And then in response, DTE, they gotta do a whole lot to not only keep CC alive, but also in order for them to actually look for leads, I think that it revolves a lot on how well BB actually goes in for some of all these massive catches. So I wonder how well will Zunzun actually fare moving into the early game, because Lam in the late game, this is going to be rather tough if he does not secure all these former leads. CM now tries to stop a little bit more of the aggressive invades coming from Dallin, but to no avail.
To no avail, right? I mean, they know this for the side of AG Global, they know that Junjun's down to the bot side of the map, so they can kind of put that pressure on as well, because like you were saying there, Contra, is that in this early part of the game, you know Lam wants to get that itemization up, he wants to go for all of his camps before he even tries to go in for an invade, because that's if they find out and take down Lam before that point in the game, AG Global was like, right, okay, let's go and see what they've got left for us. Let's see what scraps are on the table.
And right at this moment, I mean, we could basically say the same about the Jing as well, needing to get all these items up before she goes in for maybe a massive potential catch. Ideally, you want to set something huge coming into the bottom lane, where we're looking at PHY setting up a couple of all these gold markers as he's looking to knock CC over onto the course, but it's not too much of a concern where CC could just, you know, keep himself pretty much within the reach of the turret. So AG Global, they are just building small little leads here and there, but when it comes down to at least the Clash lane, I think that it's going to be pretty much of a steady run for these two beefy units over onto that lane itself. Meanwhile, Saber now kind of playing a little bit of the fire right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Saber switched position between himself and PHY. Obviously, we know PHY was in that kind of push there, but that would have been a troublesome thing if we saw that Hao and BB had a rotation. So switching the bushes there means that Saber, obviously, or the Zhongfei, can take a lot more of that phase checking from the abilities from those two heroes. Nothing was actually coming out of that one, though, however, because I feel like they're just trying to sort of play for these side lanes, play for these priorities, and to set up these neutral objectives for now. As you can see, Daohan against CM doesn't need that much help because in most cases, in that Clash lane, Byron always comes out 1v1 because he's just one of those like top dogs into the Clash lane.
Yeah, it's just tough to actually muscle him out of the lane in any form of case, so it's really not worth funneling all too much of an effort just to try to even take out the Byron. So this is the reason why they would expect AG Global to really play around this bottom lane, where we're looking at very frequent visits coming from inside of PHY, and the rest of BT members, they just really have to just sit under the turret, wait for these waves to crash, and look to slowly scale into the matchup.
That's it, right? I mean, it's definitely kind of like a slow burning start, right? Like, we didn't see a first blood for, I think it was just before the neutral objective came up in the first game. Oh, but the Bright Light burst here.
Just when you said it, this is a beautiful first blood coming in from Saber. Very, very cheeky moves in order to secure himself the real need first blood. So this is definitely the power of what the Zhongfei has to offer.
Shields have been shattered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's definitely the catches we were expecting to see from Saber onto the Zhongfei, and really kind of showing the potential lockdown that AG Global have thanks to that pick. And speaking of potential lockdown, they locked down the Tyrant once more in this game too, so a lot of damage, and that chain lightning going over to the side of AG means that JD is going to have a bit more of a field day into this bot side of the map with the extra damage, and obviously wave clear, as we're potentially going to get that T1 takedown into the bot side of the map, trying to contest this Crimson Golem from Judgement, but he does use the death from below to keep it to himself.
A tower.
Yeah, smart measurement just to secure that buff for yourself, but at the very same time, they finally put a little bit of pressure over on Daohan, and it is going to make him bleed for a little bit, but not quite enough to take him down. So right at this moment, DT at least have been able to burn out the flash. So if Daohan were to walk up into the lane just like that again, he could potentially be punished. So it is going to be a little bit of a tough moment for the side of DT now that they've already lost that first turret and half the space has been created. So the pressure is on. AG Global gets to really call the shots right now.
Correct. Yeah, the pressure is on. It's definitely on for Sissa on the console U, right? Like, they don't have any safe space, but neither does Daohan here, potentially.
They're jumping right through as they've been able to at least find something in return for the side of Yulong. They'll look for a dive as Zunzun tries to secure it. It is going to be a double coming in from Yulong. DTE will have to fall all the way back as they might not be able to do all too much about this mid lane turret to be secured by AG Global. Very, very clean moves from AG.
Yeah, like you were saying there, like very clean moves from AG, but like at the same time, they were able to get a double kill, but all that time, JD was just like, right guys, you just do what you need to do, and I will take this top side of the map. He was able to take the T1 into the Clash lane, looking to put a lot of pressure into that T2 as well, looked pretty low, wasn't able to secure it just yet. It's basically gonna die with this minion wave crashing through right now.
Yeah, Zunzun now fighting for his own buff. It doesn't seem like he's been able to secure all too much as he risks his life for PHY. Will just blow him out of the park as they will once again crumble with Zunzun paying for a little bit more of a risky attempt. And the big question now is DTE, how they're supposed to soak in that kind of pressure. We talked about all these major crowd control. It doesn't seem that either one of these parties have been able to survive the full brunt of the damage.
Exactly. I mean, AG Global have got what they need, right? They've got the gold, check. They've got the itemization, check. They've got the neutral objectives as well. So that also really helped them and meant that JD could also be away from those team fights because they have that extra damage that would be missing otherwise if JD was not there. This is why it's all going very well for them. They're just going for... They're turning those kills, those double kills, into more and more objectives. But right now, potentially here, Saber just taking a few of those skills from the side of DTE Gaming, just taking a lot of damage. Obviously, better him than any of his teammates.
True enough, and overall, it is going to be pretty tough for them to really form up any form of response. Well, Dahun once again look for a little bit more of a brawl. Just could be flushing them out of position so that they could secure yet another turret down for a bottom side. While AG Global currently making all these smooth calls where there's just not going to be all too much of a response coming from DT, because realistically, who are you going to be able to dive efficiently? Because you've always got Saber as well as Dahun up in the front line for him to peel. And look at Dahun, he's just going to be jumping right onto CM. This tank isn't beefy enough, has to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, CM doesn't really have any kind of like itemization that's going to make him that just tanky just now. Obviously, no kind of defense items come through. Obviously, he has the cooldown boots as well. So he's more looking to try and put a little bit of damage in terms of the AP coming through for the side of DTE here. Because if you look in terms of damage, right, like the only damage that's coming through right now is either going to be from BB or Sissa onto the console U. And neither of these players are having the greatest game.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough round for them. I mean, just like how it was back in game 1. But it really felt like they were forced to play super passively because they let this couple of picks slide through, like the Zhang Fei, which they don't really have a firm answer to. You kind of need CC to be able to cook more of all these items in order to really shred the front line. And who do you really want to shred? I mean, there's the Byron, there's the Zhang Fei, and even to reach the back line, it's going to be pretty tough to even answer to Yulong because all they really have is maybe some big knocks coming in from Junjun in order to do something in return. Here comes the port, locking him around this space, but that's just about enough for them to zone them out in order to secure the tier 3 turret over on top.
Yeah, high ground turret being secured here by AG Global at the under 10-minute mark once more. So again, we're seeing a very kind of clinical, very defiant version of AG Global in this best of 3 so far, right? I mean, against DTE Gaming, like we were saying in the introduction, they're very kind of like a flip of a coin, right? Like they generally like, is it a good day? Is it a bad day? We don't know. They don't know. So that's what AG Global are kind of working with here, right? They're like, you know what? Let's take advantage that they're not playing that aggressive today. They're not quite having or making the moves that their team comp needs them to make to actually make it a fruitful team comp.
Yeah, especially when you're going for something like a Lamb, like you really gotta put the pedal to the metal, look for all these form of dives if you could, but it didn't seem like AG Global was actually giving them any form of that opportunity as well. Now, first, undoubtedly, Tyrant will fall to the favor of AG Global without any form of a map presence other than having CM to be split pushing over the top, but look who's here. All the other members are just circling around him, so we'll start off with Down going for a little bit of chase. He'll be able to yeet away by using the Battlefield command to get back into safety.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good thing about the Luban pick here for CM, is the fact that he's going to try and put pressure into the top side of the map, because Lord knows they need it onto the side of DT Gaming, right? Like, they don't have pressure elsewhere, but CM could get caught out here.
Yeah, and he gets punished for utilizing the Battlefield command as they managed to read it like a book, where he couldn't really potentially move anywhere else, especially with the flash already being popped as well, so DT will have to cut their losses. Now, for a member to defend this mid lane is definitely going to be tough because it's 18 seconds before CM comes back up alive.
Yeah, 18 seconds. That's a big time for your so-called pseudo tank right now, as he does have the optimization. We're going in.
Diving through, Tao just looking for a pickoff as Tao tries to actually hold him back, but they will just let this one slide, where it's been 2 games back-to-back. AG Global dominates the series.
Yeah, very dominant series there from AG Global. Like we were saying, towards the latter part of the game, they were definitely taking what they had with them. Obviously, what we said, DTE Gaming, not always been the sort of most consistent, seemed to be very flip of the coin kind of play style. And AG Global got a sense of that. They was like, right, guys, let's punish them for this. Let's go in. Let's make sure that we kind of have some rest until the play-ins, because obviously AG Global being the 3rd seed within this tournament means they still have to play in to get into the playoffs around about that June 6th day as well.
Yeah, that basically tells us that in terms of the playoff schedule, I think that not much will change unless if Team Secret later wins out that series in order to set themselves up real good to see who they will actually face off later on. But of course, like you said, they've already secured all these spots, so it's not too consequential other than adding a few $100 in the pocket. So I guess at least AG Global, they're gonna have some wide smiles on their face. So far, it's been a spectacular finish, and this time they made sure that nobody gets to drop in within this round.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely given the carry kind of... We've seen maybe an identity shift here for AG Global, right? Like, for the majority of the regular season, there's been sort of like a conflict that you can kind of feel but don't see. Like, who's at carry? Who do we lock down to make sure that they get all the kills and they secure us the victory? Whereas right now, especially against DTE Gaming, it was either Yulong or Dowhan as well. Like, they were looking towards that top side of the map to make sure they were the carries with this one. But it's also the fact that they've kind of like made Saber and PHY almost gel together a lot better, right? Like, in terms of this these control duos that we've been seeing, obviously Princess Frost and Liang of game number 1, and then Zhangfei and Yixing of game number 2. Definitely seems to be a lot more of a winning MO here for AG Global.
Yeah, there definitely has been pretty much of a better execution on how they've been able to really set things up across the early game and solely snowball that into lead. And like I said, like, who exactly has been the staple carry out there? They're starting to really play around Yulong's potential, and we just absolutely love what he brings to the table with this Jink, where it's so super pesky up against their, I mean, for DTE to even handle the form of the situation. And you take a look at the damage output coming from the land, it's only about 7,000, so it just tells you that he was unable to have any form of a major impact throughout this course of the battlefield. So I guess that land pick could have actually been swapped out for something that's maybe a little bit more steady for the side of DTE, because evidently they were lacking a few things. I mean, a little layer of crowd control wouldn't hurt too much for DTE to really find themselves, maybe to look for certain catches, but it doesn't seem like that was what was part of their game plan. So DTE, they gotta look back into their playbook if they were to eventually face up with AG Global again in the playoffs.
Correct. They definitely want to be making sure they go with the best foot forward into the play-ins, because that is going to be their last kind of chance to try and keep themselves within the MKL, right? But speaking of that, we do have the gold graph this time around. It was never really in the favor of DTE by more than like the margin of maybe like a few hundred gold that you can see here. Definitely a steady sort of decline into the region of AG Global, all just finishing off around about 8.5k gold overall lead for the side of AG Global, but definitely a more sort of defiant, actually no, on par with game number 1, very defiant, very clinical, and they just didn't sort of like take the foot off the gas. That's exactly what they needed. Like, some of these teams that get this early game domination, they take the foot off the gas and then it all crumbles apart. But looking at the MVP for AG Global, it is gonna be Yulong on his Jing.
Yep, it has been absolutely phenomenal on this pick, where he just knows the perfect timing to go in for those massive engagements with that near domain. And on top of it, great setup coming in from his teammates, where Saber is just going to be able to put him into a great setup for him to just dance around his opponent. So nice scoreline with 402. So of course you can expect Yulong to be whipping out this when it comes down to an incredible round of playoffs. But let's take a look back into some of the moments out there. Initially, we start off with this beautiful catch coming from Saber.
Yeah, beautiful sort of placements. They do say, obviously, patience is a virtue, but for Saber, it's a given. Obviously, right there again, we saw the Unbridled Limbers come through again, just catching off the sidelines of DTE, just set up such great team fights for the side of AG Global. Like Yulong, as soon as he knew that the catches from the Unbridled Limbers came through, he was on it like a dog. He got those kills, he got the double kills, and was just doing so much damage.
True enough, and on this final hurdle, we can see everybody at all hands on deck. They just dive right through where the rest of DTE, they're on that deficit of items. There's just no form of a clear path around to how they could even form up to even clear that minion wave. So it's been pretty much a tough day for the rest of DTE, but a great one for AG Global, where they are just exerting a little bit more of a tempo as well as control to show that, hey, we're just going to have a flawless run so that if any of our opponents were to look back at the VODs and say, hey, we could punish AG Global from here, point A, point B. No, because these two games are not showing any form of a crack at all for anybody to punish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they definitely had a very clean play style, like you said there, within this best of 3 against DTE. But this is the kind of confidence boost they needed going into the play-ins, right? Because like we were saying, they are top 3. But has it been a convincing top 3 for AG Global this far? Not just this much. Obviously, we are going to get into the interview, maybe try and get a little bit more insight into how they feel it, what preparation they had going into this best of 3 against DTE, because there's a potential that they could meet them, obviously, in that play-ins match, which is going to be their last best of 3 come June 6th.
And of course, right now, joining in with us is our winners from AG Global. Let's speak with one of the MVPs of the series. Please welcome Saber. Saber, congratulations. And it was a beautiful win, 2-0, very convincing stuff. So tell me, Saber, how are you feeling on that series?
Really excited.
Very excited. You should be. I mean, you guys were executing so perfectly, you know. Any questions from you, Blam, as we kick off with this interview?
Yeah, so other than yourself, which teammate do you think improved the most throughout the league?
Come on. I think Team Secret.
Oh, Team Secret? I mean, your teammates, like, you guys have been performing very, very well. Like, your teammates, who do you think have improved so much in the MKL so far?
What? I think it's Dao Heng.
Daohan, well, he definitely played super well, especially on that very first series. I definitely see that he's grown a lot. And of course, I do have a question as well. You know, is there any form of message you want to send to your opponents if you were to meet them again in the playoffs?
Oh, 什么 We will win all of you.
Whoa, big words out there, Saber. Of course, we definitely look forward to you guys performing. All the best for the upcoming playoffs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care, buddy. Woo,
and there we had it. Yeah, quick words from Saber. I mean, a little bit of a communication issue there, but we got it in the end. We got what we wanted, and it was the answer is Daohan. And obviously, with that best of 3, it really showed, right? Daohan definitely performed and was played up to scratch with that one. Obviously, not only is Mayin from game number 1, but in game number 2, with that Byron, he was definitely setting up those team fights, as well as obviously Saber onto the Zhongfei. But he was also taking a lot of the brunt of the damage as well, right? I mean, we saw up into the Clash lane where we honestly thought he was dead to rights with that 3v1 gank, but no Oak Bolt coming from Tussa meant that he was able to stay alive.
Man was calm and composed like a cucumber. I mean, you take a look at how many of all these pressure points were coming out to his direction. This guy is solid as a rock, right? And we're they definitely have been able to play around him, and whenever they move towards initiating, he's got all the confidence. So I definitely do think that Daohen so far is looking to be one of the solid Clash laners that we do want to keep our eyes on coming into the playoffs. So this series has been concluded, but up next we got the David versus Goliath matchup between Todak versus BSE. So this is going to be the last dance for Todak. Do you think that there's any chance that they could put a dent to BSE's streak?
I think it's just depending on how charitable BSE feel today, right? Like they're like, you know what, we took the win from Nova yesterday. Do we feel like we want to give over some wins here for Todak? Do we want to kind of make them feel high and mighty as they leave this competition? But like you said, obviously yesterday we were seeing the likes of Clash Lane, Prince of Lanling. Obviously the only real piece of evidence that they really wanted to go with that pick was the fact that it was one of their comfort picks, and it played very well, right? Like obviously they had some utility on the Prince of Lanling. Obviously not only the extra bit of vision thanks to his shadow skills, but also the silence coming through, especially onto the enemy team comp, definitely made a little bit of sense, but was definitely head scratching for those on the broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, I don't really want to cast that game. It's like, what was going on where that landing just pops out of nowhere? But, you know, they're definitely looking forward to what else will Todak bring to the table. So for that, we'll take a quick moment of a break. And, of course, we'll see what they will be bringing on. As BSE, they definitely don't want that streak to be broken, or else, you know, that just goes to show that there is a lot more work to be done within the span of a week for them to prepare for that playoff. So we shall see. I mean, Blam, I guess in a few moments time we'll get to find out a whole lot more. So that's it. We'll take a couple of minutes and we will be coming back for even more Honor of Kings action here in the MKL Spring Season 2025.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High! High! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hi! 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 Ha! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The House of Partings claims victory. Flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land. Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jungnan? Look, we meet again.
What's up, Warriors? Welcome back once again as we dive into our second series of the day. This is the very final day of the MKL regular season spring split 2025. You're joined with the two blokes from the UK, you may say. It's Contra and Blam.
Yes, exactly. We are here representing, obviously, the Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. Like you said there, Contra, it is the last day. It has been 6 fantastic weeks. I've obviously not only getting to cast this, but also getting to watch this as a viewer as well, right? Like, up until this point, we didn't have this much honor of King's Esports for the global scene, and now we get 6 weeks of, like, 3 leagues, and then other leagues would go for 3 weeks. Like, I feel like it's like Christmas come early for me as well.
Yeah, we were spoiled for choice. Like, do you want to watch like the KME, the KMW, MKL, there's the IKL, where there was a point where I'm like looking, okay, there's a lot of different live streams. Like, how many tabs do I want to open up for today, right? But look at all the leagues, I think like the MKL arguably is kind of uncomparable to many of them because of how surprising that some of all these matches could actually result in, where it's been one of the most competitive for sure. Of course, barring that it's not exactly at the rate with KPL that we're looking at, but MKL definitely have been able to offer a whole lot of crazy action, and you can expect even more when Toadout faces off against BSC, where we've talked about Toadout yesterday with their very unlikely Prince of Laddling pick. So Hua Hua, what is he gonna be picking up this time around?
Yes, I mean, what is he going to be picked? But also, he does have Stay in the mid lane, Ander in the jungle, Yu Hao into the support role, and then CCS into the farm lane. And then BSC, they don't need any introduction. It's Musang King, Seong, JR, Dion, and Jung Hong into the mid lane as well. So these are obviously players that we've been seeing through the MKL for the past 6 weeks. BSC are at the top of the board as well.
Yeah, and you know, going head to head, this time it's going to be between Xiang as well as Hua Hua, where I'm not too sure if there's going to be any form of a big wrench to be thrown at Xiang, but looking at the KDA disparity, I mean, BSC there on the clean winning streak throughout the course of the season, so therefore, normally you would see better stats, but what's interesting to note is the average damage per minute is actually a lot higher coming from Hua Hua as compared to Xiang, who's probably playing a little bit more of a tanky role to really soak up for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I want to point out here is the 14 hero pool to 7. I mean, is Hua strategy just like going onto the Clash Lane tab and just picking through the heroes every game? Like, you know what? I've had my Ian. I'm going to go for Byron now. I've played Byron once. I'm going to go for Lubang. And then he just ran out and just thought, you know what? I'm going to go to the jungle tab and I'm going to go and lock at the Prince of Landling yesterday. But maybe that's the way we win and get some kills, some wins on the board. But honestly, has it worked for Todak this far within the standings? Probably not, but maybe it's just a little bit of spice that we need within the MKL.
Yeah, and I definitely do appreciate all the kind of crazy pull that he actually brings to the table. And, you know, maybe it isn't just Hua. There's also all the other members that can actually go for something that's going to be pretty much head-scratching for the rest of BSE to figure out. Maybe Sir Cloud, if he's ever tuning in, he's probably wishing for that Lubu still to drop into that support role. We'll never know. We'll have no clue whatsoever. And this time, look at Hua. I mean, is he gonna expand even more of the pool so that, hey, maybe coming up to the next season, if somebody wants to pick him up, it's like, hey, I want you. You can play almost any heroes that we throw at you. So yeah, come right through.
Exactly. But back onto the point of obviously Sir Cloud, I reckon he definitely does have like a little shrine there with a Lubu picture just right in front of it, a few candles. He's manifesting it as much as possible, and we really hope that he gets it. I mean, I think he's more looking forward for Wave Pit to have that pick, but I think that's more of a lottery winning ticket than it is for Todak to actually pick it. It seems a little bit more normal for them potentially after yesterday. But like we said, BSC going up against Todak, it is going to be a very difficult one for Todak. Obviously, they are without any kind of means of getting into the playoffs as well. So it's just all about kind of just trying to sort of maybe get as much experience from these top teams as possible at this point in the game.
True enough, and if they could actually win the series, they squeeze in a couple more $100 and have their head held high. It's like, you know, when they grow old, 20 years down the road, they tell their kids like, hey, your dad used to complete an honor case and I've beaten some of the best players in the league. So that, of course, is a cool story to tell, but, you know, I'm looking too far up ahead myself. So that, I mean, is definitely going to be up to what Todak can actually bring coming into the series, where BSC, I think, like, we've already said so much about this team being a powerhouse unit coming into the entire circuit, where they're here reclaiming their throne. They're trying to prove that they have the best kind of setups that they have in order to have a very deep run in the playoffs, and very likely so, because they have not really shown too much signs of a flaw. There's a little bit more of a back and forth, and even on the games that they've actually dropped, it wasn't exactly those kind of 0-2 kind of results. So BSE, they're definitely gonna be the hot favorites in this series.
Yeah, like you were saying there, it's a good point to make, right? Like, these were the last year's reigning champions. Obviously, they won Season 2 Invitational when they first kind of emerged into the scene globally, competitively. And then they won KC 2024 at the end of the year as well. So, and then they start off 2025 with a setback, which is obviously not even, like, making a qualifier into Season 3 Invitational. So they are definitely the reigning champions trying to get back on that horse. And this is just another kind of leap on the horse, another jump that they need to get over just to get and try and reclaim their former victory. But Todak being on the blue side and BSC being on the red side in this game one.
Yeah, and I guess that on either side of the current mode, I would say that Todak, I mean, they get to keep some of all their cards or maybe secure something really strong for their first pick. But looking at the way that Todak has been playing, I do think that throughout their run, I mean, I give credit where credit is due, right? Where they've definitely come up with some really surprising performance throughout this entire circuit, despite some of all these runs were a little bit dismal. But hey, I think for a team that's been formed up for maybe less than a year, this has been really been a solid run for the side of Todak. Though it could be better, we definitely wish them the best of luck moving to the upcoming season. But we kick off with our draft, banning out that Dharma and on the other side, it's going to be a Dia ban from Black Shuri Esports.
Yeah, Dharma and the Zhongfei ban, it's looking like AG Global's ban picks for the game one between the match that they just had with DTE, right? Like, Dharma in 3 games has not come out this far, which has been a little bit of a upset for a lot of these teams, because again, he is one of the most like appearance heroes within the MKL. He definitely has a lot of kind of utility up into the Clash lane as well, but definitely going for more of that support bans here for the side of Blackshore Esports, and then they round it out with the Liang here.
Yeah, for very standard things that we're looking at from the side of the Blackshore Esports. But by banning out the support, it actually opens up more aggressive picks to follow suit. So that being said, we will have the signature Mai Shiranui as well as Musan King to be able to secure himself the pay. So we're looking at a very high tempo play as we do expect coming from the side of Blackshore Esports.
Yeah, are we looking for like another 7-minute finish off here for Blackshore Esports? I mean, we don't normally get to see Musan King on a pick like the pay. He likes to sit in on the likes of the Orgrim. We've seen him on Agudo as well. But this time, I think he's woke up and chose vengeance.
Oh, I really do like at least the form of response where, you know, pick up this Yi Sing, you will always have a decent steady laning phase against a Mai Shiranui, and of course a big catch potential to really set things up for Anda on this Ogren. So, Dodak, nothing too cheeky overall. I mean, we haven't gone through the second phase to actually tell a lot more, but at least it's telling us that, hey, Dodak, they want to end this on a high note. So, that being said, Blackshore Esports, they will now pick up the Byron, and on the second part of the ban, they could just further dwindle down the pool of what Dota can actually bring to the Clash lane, so there's still hope for Huahua to play something funky.
Still something funky, but I mean, Yu Hao, however, he's going to be sort of like diving into that support pool, because I mean, that's 4 support heroes as well as the Zhongfei, obviously onto the other side of Todak there, being banned off already. So Dolia, Liang, Diadea, not Liampo, sorry, Zhongfei, but it could be the Liampo they could look for here for the side of Yu Hao, for Todak, because when the Ogren comes through, we generally get the Liampo come through as well, right? Because if it goes over to the enemy team, that's a big counter for the Ogren, but pairs nicely with him as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you could definitely consider. No, since this time around, Blackshore Esports kind of forces the rest of Dota. It's like, okay, if you were to take up Bayin right now, you're not going to be able to match up to this Byron as efficiently as you want it to be. So definitely a little bit tough to see how they could actually find a way to kind of melt down the Byron somewhere from that early to mid game. So Dota, they will just try to tin out a little bit more to pull on the marksman lane. So there's no channel, but I don't think it's too much of a cause of concern. So Blackshore Esports, they can go for a Lung if they want to. They have also secured a beefy support in form of Landpo. So I kind of like where this is going, where you could just set things up with pretty much the Tremor Smash and just further allowing the rest of BSE to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Todak here, they could potentially go for the Huan down into the bot side of the map as well. Obviously, give over a lot more healing to the likes of Yixing and Ali that don't generally have healing within their kit. Ogren obviously does have that self-sustain, but with the pairing with the Huan means that they could get even more sustain come through, which they kind of need, especially in terms of the damage coming through with the Pei and the Mai Shiranui this far. And in terms of that, obviously, support role, they could go for the Dao-chan here. They could as well. They do go for the Dao-chan as well, and they are going to lock in the Mayin too.
Wow, a very different form that we're looking at from the side of Todak, where you have maybe a little bit more of the global presence whenever the Dachel opens up her ultimate to really call in the cavalry to try to turn the tide around up against the rest of Blackshore Esports, and of course continuing with the battle, just transporting somebody back into the base and just form early resets so that they could eventually deal with all these burst output coming out of Blackshore Esports. Now, they can absolutely afford to play something a little bit safer, so they bring in the Concert U to really wrap up the draft for the side of Blackshore Esports. So what's it looking like right now? Who do you actually favor when it comes down to what they could bring to the table?
I mean, from what we see so far with Blackshore Esports, they definitely know how to play very aggressive, but they also know how to play sort of like handle with care, right? Like, this is a team that don't always just kind of dive in for a team fight and just like don't get anything from it. The only time BSE generally go for a team fight is when there is something to be gained, whether it be a kill, which then leads into a T1 takedown, leads into a neutral objective, leads into maybe even just taking and procuring the Crimson Golem or the Azure Golem. That is the MO for Blackshire Esports in this game number 1.
Yep, and that being said, moving for Kodak, as they would already send one member back into reset, and that Arlie is just going to be moving directly into the bottom lane very swiftly so, after just forming up, while a little bit of pressure being initiated from the side of Den just to cause a little bit of this disturbance inside the jungle where they've been able to steal one cap away. Zihong, though, just forcing CCS to back off. So BSE, they're already looking to put some dent to Todak.
Put some dents in Todak, absolutely. They're definitely going to put the pressure on, right? Like, this is the whole thing with the team comp. Maybe they're just trying to give, like, DTE Gaming a little bit of, like, a how-to guide right now. Because this is kind of very similar to what they had, obviously, with the Mai Shirunui and the Pei. Everything else is kind of very interchangeable. But they are going to be kind of pairing around, going around very aggressively, putting a lot of damage into the early game.
Exactly, like BSE, the difference here is that they have a very proactive form of response coming from Dien in order to secure some of all these opening leads where they could just easily follow suit, invade those jungle camps, and just slowly accumulate some of all these gold diff, I would call it, where Blackshire Esports is slightly up ahead, trying to build up at least 1k in return. Now flashing forward, it's going to be Dan, knocking them up for the first blood. Beautifully executed from the BSE support.
Yeah, not only that, we missed the kill up into the mid lane as well. Obviously, Stay went down. He wasn't staying for too long. He definitely got his checkout card and went to the reception desk of the hotel. He's like, guys, I'm checking out. I got bed bugs. But it was actually Musang King under his bed all this time, getting the kill onto Stay.
Does he get a refund, though? That's a big question.
No refund. No refund.
No refund. Oh, that's a big bummer. Meanwhile, Xiang, he's also trying to, get a little bit more of a pest control going on over on the top side. Meanwhile, Invade's calling right through. Musang King does secure it with his smite still intact, so you can just get that double buff going. So it's just further denying Anda from getting himself up ahead. So let's check out the replay of what went on in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is where the bugs came out to play. There was no pest control in sight. Obviously, the passive invincibility wasn't going to be enough. There was too much damage there from Musang King and Zihong there into the mid lane. It was just too much to contest.
Yeah, not exactly the most comfortable state. Well, more and more punts rolling right throughout the series, where he's been punished for multiple times already, forcing another reset where he's kind of bleeding out on resources as well as EXP. So that kind of puts him very behind up against Zihong, while they once again going for the invade. Very quick steal coming out of Den, where we're looking at that pressure submounting on this mid lane, knowing for the fact that there's no passive available for this Yusik.
No passive available, right? I mean, this is the thing. They've got to be careful to the side of Todak. Like you were saying in the early parts of the game, Contra, is that they were kind of getting that sizable amount of gold lead. But now if we look at it, they've definitely attained that 2k gold lead for the side of Blackshire Esports, which is going to be very troublesome for Todak, even in this early part of the game, right? Because, I mean, if we look at the itemization coming through, it's already coming through pretty thick for the side of Blackshire Esports, which is going to mean that going into a team fight for this neutral objective, which is more likely going to be the Tyrant, is going to be very difficult for the side of Todak.
Indeed, and we're already looking at Xiang playing super aggressively, forcing Huohuo to just stay underneath, and this is where the board knocks onto 3 members, immediately setting up for Zihong to come in with a new engine and shuts all 2 members out. Todak bleeding it dry, and BSE, they're just in absolute control.
Yeah, I mean, taking the 2 kills there, both Anda and Stay, especially when the neutral objective comes up, means that it's going to be even easier, right? Like we were talking about the gold lead moments ago, but right now,
even more onto Yuhao. Where can you go as the Dachao? You can't return to base, as they will just crumble with even the turret falling true. So Xiang, he's going to look for even more. Coming with the setup. The board does not clip onto anyone, so Todak will still lose Huohuo in the process.
Yeah, speaking of boards, I mean, Hugh there definitely didn't go past go and collect his $200. He was just out straight into jail there, back into the no-kill jail for the side of Todak still. They are still behind by about 6 kills right now, and then that gold lead has become even more sizable, Contra. We're looking at 5K at 5 minutes. That's 1K surplus every minute.
Wow, I mean, if only I could earn these kind of money by casting per minute, then I would be dreaming pretty wildly on what I could basically do on a daily basis. But we got a replay. We had that 1v1 going on, and then Zihong arrives to the scene just to stash up that really quick kill as it has been secured by Zihong. So, yeah, like you said, 1,000 gold per minute. That's a hefty amount, and they're definitely looking to add up to the tally. CCS now repositions, but he's not going anywhere at all. CCS goes down. Meanwhile, Anda at least gets the trade up against Xiang, where he has already burned the flash without any form of escape. But at this moment, Yu Hao, even despite having the whirlpool, who exactly are you going to call into the team fights? Because everyone's not exactly prepared to even fight at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be hard to get anybody in there if they're all already there. Like, you can't get them out of the team fight, but right now, I mean, here, Jihang is just poking around, getting kills. We do see that JR got a kill onto Yu Hao as well.
Yeah, big jump onto JR. JR doing his best to stay alive, and yes, he does! But eventually, he will still be pretty much knocked out by CES. Final draw, but this has been a really messy team fight, but still, it favors BSE. They get not only the kills, they yet again secure another tower down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much damage that the protective winds can actually keep you immune for, especially in terms of time duration as well. So JR is definitely working on timer. It definitely paid off for him down to the bottom side of the map, where we saw that Jihang and JR went for that 2v1, bought Jihang enough time to actually rotate around to get the kill. But in that mid lane, unfortunately, it's just kind of a little bit overzealous there. You kind of take it more than you can chew, basically.
Yeah, I just feel like Dodak's just really out there, just trying to see if they could just draw a little bit of blood. They did manage to at least put a little bit of pinch up against JR just to put him, I don't know, I can't really say slightly behind because he's still pretty much up ahead. CCS forced to retreat, but it's going to be sound that does open up plenty of that space. Dodak will have to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, taking the hits onto this T2 turret for the side in the clash lane for the side of Blackstream Esports is going to be the pressure that Todak don't really need right now. They wanted some space to breathe. They're currently like, hey guys, we need to kind of just like have a bit of a time break apart. Like, you're too much in our space. We need our own space, and Blackstream Esports isn't one to give that space over for now.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about needing a place to stay, getting yourself a nice area to actually work with, but the board is going to deny that space like we talked about. BSE, they once again secure just about enough space to secure the inhibited tower, high ground tower, and that's a little bit of reward for you guys up there to claim. So BSE still on the roll, but CCS, he does have a little bit of room to form up a push, so somebody might just need to man that bottom wave, but the rest of BSE, they just got all the control that's required for them to deny any form of resources going on for in favor of Todak.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good little play there by CCS, obviously creating that control, creating that pressure into the bot side of the map, but it's not going to be enough to kind of force away the beast that is Blackstream Esports, right? I mean, now, we keep mentioning this gold, but hey, it's not going to go away if we stop mentioning it, because it's there at the top of the screen, and it's almost around about that 10k gold difference, right? Like, at about 8, almost going to the 9-minute mark right now. Blackstream Esports, in terms of optimization, are going to be kind of like heads above of Todak going into this next team fight, trying to go for the space.
Yeah, pressure piling upon Todak from all forms of direction, and they're already working onto Hua Hua. Not exactly beefy enough, only having the Axe of Torment up available, as well as the Curse. And look at the rest of Todak. They should be able to still close out maybe a wave, but this is where it's forming up, where the Super Mutants are dropping right in with the 4 drop on top of Anda's will stay, but not enough space for them to form a dive just yet.
Yeah, just using it more as a zoning mechanic, right? Just kind of like, hey, you can't quite get our base just yet. We don't want to go down, but yep, here we go.
There's a Trample Smash, lends it up in the air, where BSE are not looking to wait any longer to secure themselves a sub 10-minute win. A clean one coming out of Blackstream Esports.
Yes, very aggressive first game between Blacktrue Esports and Todak, right? Like we were saying there, the gold lead in the early part of the game was like, yeah, I mean, it looked like 500. That 500 turned into 2,000, 2,000 turned into 5,000. And then towards the end there, it was getting very much within the realms of that 10K gold lead, which pre-10 minutes, you don't want to be in that situation.
Definitely don't want to be anywhere close to that. For a situation that we're taking a look at Blacktrue Esports, they were just full setting it every step of the way, where you're looking at a Byron that can just afford to do almost pure damage if he wants to, but he still has like maybe a little bit safety net where he's starting to build a little bit more defensively. But all eyes were on Musang King, as well as how effectively Dan actually sets them up for success. So Blacktrue Esports so far just sticking to their usual MO, like you said.
Yeah, definitely the burst rams coming in to kind of just like start the initiation, as well as the flash as well that we saw plenty of times. And then when we sort of there's a difference between Dion on this Liampo and then other players is like they'll just kind of burst the tremor smash, come through and hope to catch some. But Dion on this Liampo was just kind of like making sure it was the right moment to get at least like 2-3 knockups, which just really helped Blacktrue Esports get into that team fight.
Yeah, he was there on every single dive, and he usually walks off scot-free at the very same time. So not much that Doda can actually do about plenty of all these circumstances where Anda was being put very fairly behind on that early game skirmishes, and same could be said about Huahua. So they don't really have as much of that major impact as they want as compared to, you know, the rest of the members that's been able to hold firm, where even Stave, you saw him getting first blood, taken down very early on, and some of all these dives to follow through on the early game. So that's just too much for Anda to handle as a jungler. Where exactly do you want to help when your teammates are just pretty much ruptured on every other lane?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to do with Todak's draft, right? Like, Todak's draft is pretty solid with this one. Obviously, the child there was kind of like a last resort in a way, because obviously, for those that weren't watching that game one draft between BSC and Todak, is that there was so many support bans coming through from the side of BSC. They just didn't want to give over any of those great picks, especially having a great front line, which is probably at the detriment of Todak here and kind of forced him into this situation. But look at this gold graph.
Very, very steady climb for the side of BSC, where you could definitely say that this is just a run down the hill that went super smoothly. So for the rest of Dota, I do believe that, like what you said, right, it all boils down to the draft, where they didn't get any from a priority for them to pick up a decent beefy support, so they have to fall into securing themselves Dacha in hopes that maybe with enough lead or even pressure that they could actually put up against BSC, that they could just formulate something. But Zihong, he was everywhere in the map, as he will be our Grill Me MVP for Game 1.
Yeah, 3-0-5, very impressive. 37% of the damage dealt as well. Damage taken only 17%. Obviously, he didn't die once. He was kind of able to kind of maneuver around these fights that seemed pretty hectic at certain points. But it was all about those kind of like early pickups, right? Going for those 2v1 invades, especially down to the bot side of the map to go and help JR. Sticking very close to Musang King as well is definitely kind of like the shepherd you want to be herding you into battle, because he knows that he can bear the fruit of victory, right?
Sure enough, I mean, overall, they've always had him to be also taking charge of certain altercations where Zihong was just really dancing around these members of Toda. So looking super stellar for these members of Blacktrue Esports, securing yet another win, and things kicked off with 2 pressure points up mid as well as bottom at the very same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just typical BSE, right? Like, the fact that it was just like, hey, we got 1 kill. It's just like, yeah, but 1 kill's not enough. Let's go for 2. And then look at this. The Tremor Smash that we was talking about from Dion, right? He got 3 knock-up, which led into 2 kills for BSC. And when you get hit by a Tremor Smash so sort of tremendous, it's hard to come back from.
Yeah, you definitely feel the earth shaking even from where they're seated at. So that being said, I mean, at least they don't really have to worry about being Trevor Smash in the upcoming games, but you gotta also to pay attention whether there could be forming up with Zhangfei as well. But this game, I think, was pretty much straightforward from the point where We've seen a lot of all these dives taking place and beautiful execution, not only from Just Dan, we've also seen a lot of all these maneuvers coming in from Dio to be placed perfectly, despite having a little bit of that scrappy scuffle coming in from Doda that did secure that maybe 1 or 2 kills in between.
Yeah, 2 kills overall for Todak towards the end there, but this is where the base was getting cut off, and then obviously we did see the Conductor Souls be used here from Arda, but it just wasn't enough. There was not enough sustain to come through to stop these minions and stop this base rush. But that is BSE with that game 1 victory against Todak, and like you said there, Contra, it was sub 10 minutes as well.
Yeah, it was just BSE showing that they are still the biggest kings here on the block in order to, you know, be challenged by anybody out there, which, you know, if you're not anywhere near worthy, you're not going to be able to just claim that spot in the playoffs from us. So, Toda, I think, like, this upcoming game could very well be the very last match where, you know, you kind of want to secure yourself a decent send-off, maybe earn another extra $100 out of it. So, I wonder... I feel like it's really boiling down to execution, right? Whatever you draft, I think that's cool with me. You could even put that laddering up Flash Lane for all you want, but I want to see more proactiveness coming out of Dota, because when you pick something like Dachao, you kind of need to exert pressure from all sides, or even have a certain lane that is currently leading. But they couldn't get the Mayin to be getting much out of the Byron, so who do we look at? Stay has been dealing with all that added pressure with, you know, constant 2-3 member visits coming from BSC, so it kind of puts them into such an awkward position. So game 2, they kind of want to switch things up a little bit if they were having maybe the same mindset of playing around, you know, skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, no, you make some really good points there, right? I mean, like you say with the Dachao, like, you really want to be playing sort of like with a best foot forward. If that, you kind of want to make sure you push in the side lanes as well. Obviously, you can use her Eye of the Whirlpool and obviously Sea of Fate to kind of just like take people around and back the base as quick as possible. And you can kind of just like say like, hey, look, we're pushing this lane, and then like, boom, down to the bottom side of the map as well. And then you can sort of get that second T1 also within your grasp. But when you're playing from behind, you're just being used as kind of like a defensive measure. You're using the leaping koi tides just to try and slow down the likes of Pei and Mai Shiranui. But as we saw from that game 1, it just wasn't enough slowdown for them.
Yeah, it was just a full force coming out of Blackshore Esports, where I think that they've been super comfortable when it comes down to running the Crimson Duo, I call it. Yep. The Meister Nunes Pei, they're both in red, and they definitely paint the town red when they were to drop by into any form of lane. So I think, like, you cannot allow BSE to go for these kind of picks. You kind of need to form up maybe a respect ban on either one. If you don't want to face up maybe either the Pei or the Mai, then by all means just ban one of it.
Just ban one of it, right? But I mean, let's say, like you said, with the global ban pick, like, you can't even go for it again for BSE. But from what we've seen, like, historically from BSE within this regular season, like we were saying in that draft, like, to see Musang King on the Pei was very sort of like a different driver in the car, right? Like, he's normally on these tank picks into the jungle role. So I can imagine potentially we'll get to see the Agudo this time around for the side of BSE. A little bit back to basics, but still that kind of dominant BSE, but more of a kind of like, right, let's kind of like handle this with care. They look a bit fragile after that game number 1. So we'll kind of just like, we'll shepherd them through. We'll be like, hey guys, we won't be as aggressive this time around.
We'll have to see. I mean, BSE, they can afford to, you know, go for a little bit more trial and error if you want to show maybe a little bit more skin in the game on what these teams will be dealing with in the playoffs. Like, bring out the Fade, bring out maybe a Jing to say, hey, AG Global, if you think about securing a Jing, haha, joke's on you, I'm going to steal it away. So I'm not too sure if Musang King's kind of feeling up for that. I'm pretty sure that mechanically he can be sort of on par, but there's definitely better answers. Like you said, Agudo, something that's been one of his core signatures out there, which he could always fall back into. So let's take a look into the draft before we, of course, make too much more of an assumption. This time, it's going to be Blackshore Esports. They say, okay, we had Pei, but we've seen enough of it. So that you're not going to get it.
Yeah, banning out the pay just means, obviously, like you said there, it just denies Todak from getting that pick, but they also ban out the Luna here. But they know Musang King doesn't really rely on the Luna pick. It's just kind of just maybe like, hey guys, can you just slow it down a little bit, like we were just saying moments ago? But Black True Esports, they could completely bypass everything and be like, you know what, let's lock in the Zhongfei first pick for Dion, because again, if he has a performance like that in a Liam Poe, imagine him on this Zhongfei, right? He's already shown it previously that he can play Zhongfei very, very well. So even if you give over your support pick, your Pryo Blue to the Zhongfei, it's pretty, you know, it's in good hands.
Yeah, and like you said, Zhongfei is currently up for grabs. Black True Esports, are they gonna pass on it? I mean, there's definitely a lot of great options available, but I think that Zhongfei is always going to be a great addition to your team, no matter what kind of composition you're cooking at. So, Todak, they will have to kind of secure themselves as support before they move into the second phase of picks and bans, where we saw what happened in game one. They don't really have all too many good options available, and right now, maybe a Diadia could still be in the cards where they could actually pick this one up, maybe just be a little bit more annoying, but I think that Yuhuan possibly could still go into the supportive role. I mean, it's a flex pick. We'll have to see what exactly are they trying to do with this, but Charlotte is going to be the answer for the Clash lane, where if you want to pick something tanky or if you want to pick Mayin, they're going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with this Charlotte pick.
Yeah, maybe they're kind of trying to preempt or get Black True Esports to lock in the Dharma here. Obviously, we know that Charlotte always likes to go up in that 1v1 matchup against the Dharma, especially having that ranged utility within her kit, as well as obviously her sustainability. But Black True Esports are like, no, we pass. We will just kind of like, we'll take Lung, we'll take Lady Chance, two great damage dealing picks for the side of Black True Esports. JR not only getting one of those kind of like get out of jail cards, we know that JR can play very macro in terms of his play style. He doesn't always have to be sort of team fight orientated, but it's actually going to be Todak taking away the Agudo this time. So they're like, you know what, you can't get your Agudo, but I mean, there's still plenty more here for Musang King to have, right? Like, he hasn't had the Ogryn, he hasn't had the Monkey if he really wants to go for another tanky pick just to solidify this front line of Black True Esports.
True enough, and what's interesting to note is that Todak's banning out the Lamb. So I thought that Todak is going to be one of the guys who would love to go in for something with a little bit more risk involved. But, you know, Black True Esports says, okay, you guys have not secured yourself a marksman. We're not going to allow you to play all too safe, because we've seen a lot of all these players kind of default to Concert U when they don't really have too much of all these options. But, you know, there's still a couple of all these picks like the Lady Sun that we haven't seen so far in the series, something that Todak could possibly secure for themselves while the Dharma has been banned away. So it further allows a better chance for this Charlotte to be able to go for better trades in the lane, whoever it will be.
Yeah, exactly. The Dharma being banned out there, as well as obviously the Maestro Noib. I do have to obviously give props over to one of the early bans for Black True Esports. Obviously, banning out the Marco Polo was one of CCS's probably like one of his like most performed picks within the MKL regular season. So a little bit of a target ban there for Black True Esports, and obviously it is a good counter against Lung as well. So it kind of had a little bit of two motives with that ban. But we're still looking for the jungle of Black True Esports, and we're still looking for the Clash lane. Obviously, Byron's been taken off. Futsu here for Todak coming through. A little bit of a game too late for the Dachao and Futsu combo to come through, but it looks like they're going to be sacrificing their farm lane and not actually go for a range farm lane pick. They're going to go and lock that Futsu down to the bot side of the map.
Yeah, very interesting, right? Like, if they could have actually brought the Dachao here, that will definitely provide a little bit more of that safety net for Futsu to continuously farm, and of course allowing him to be steering clear away from danger whenever he tries to lock somebody down with his ultimate. But at the very least, you have Yuhuan to form up a little bit more sustained, where even if the Kudo will come in with pretty much the Gorge mobilization and also giving themselves a little bit more of that tick shield. Black True Esports, they are bringing out the Diao-chan, and
the Clash lane as well.
This is going for the Clash lane. So, okay, they're absolutely cooking with this one. So, tell me, Blam, are you not entertained with this pick?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm entertained, but I'm also suffering from PTSD from my ranked games, right? Whenever I see a Dao Chan come through into my Clash lane, it never goes well, but we know that if it's on the enemy team, it's going to be probably like one of the top players in the server playing it, and then you're just going to be absolutely railed on that Dao Chan pick. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how it goes up against the Charlotte here. Obviously, it has like infinite dashes with her ultimate. Does a lot of poke as well. You don't need to get up close with the Charlotte as well to do a lot of damage, and wave clear wise, very good wave clear. But Nua being locked in here for Todak, they definitely need a little bit more damage and a little bit of range for their side, because again, they don't have a true marksman. They've locked into the Futsu here, but pairing the Futsu with the likes of the Huan and the Agudo means that it's going to have a lot of kind of sustainability, right? So potentially we could see a bit of payoff here for Todak.
Yeah, and Todak definitely has to deal with a little bit more of that pressure right now, especially with Zhang Fei on that lane. So I'm not too sure if this Futsu is going to be able to even get too much of that safety net to just farm out into the late game scaling, where he's just going to be an absolute menace if he does reach that late game. So we'll have to see. Musang King starts off already working on the board, stealing that way, and really putting a little bit of pressure over on the state. But I really do like this pickup over on the mid lane. Nua always going to be able to provide just about enough utility, but oh, it's going to be first blood secured already on the Clash lane, as they also pile the pressure up against Musang King. BSE goes down, so it's going to be 1-for-1 in exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Todak definitely needed to play this a lot more aggressive, right, compared to how they did in the previous game. The trade going up into the Clash lead is probably not the sort of like be-all or end-all for either Black Shrew Esports or Todak. Todak getting a little bit more of that Brucey bonus there with them getting the first blood. But overall, I do like the fact that Todak are putting the pressure on here.
Yeah, fair enough. And you talk about the Diao Chan being, you know, either pretty much a game changer in certain situations or so, but when it comes down to trading in the early game, look at how Xiang actually does it. I mean, he's kind of low, but he's been able to at least form up just about enough damage to just exchange a claw.
Yeah, the fact that he got to level 2 as well was probably like the play difference here, because obviously he's going to have more damage, he's going to have the extra skill as well over Hua, but if Hua was able to get to level 2, I feel like it definitely would have been just a first blood overall, like it wouldn't have been a trade.
Yeah, it's a very interesting scuffle that they had over onto the Clash lane. Now, first, they will be able to open up the portal, get a little bit more of that TP play going on. And I guess like the whole idea of bringing out this Diao Chan is that you're not going to be allowing this Charlotte to have an easy space to actually farm out, where you kind of need this Charlotte to kind of go in for a full exchange in order to even secure something done.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte doesn't have the privilege that she normally has, right? Like, the whole thing with Charlotte is that she can have a bit of poke in the early parts of the matchup, right? In that 1v1. But now, Xiang going onto this Diao Chan, it just kind of mitigates that whole thing. Like, he's like, all right, bet you want range, I got range too. So it's kind of matching that out. It also kind of, you have to make sure you're aware of your situation and where you are positioned into these fights, because it comes back on you as well, right? So it does damage going out, it comes back in, it does a little bit more damage, and that's how we saw him like claim the level 2 over Charlotte. But here's the emergence.
Beautiful timing on the emergence just to secure it for Hua as Xiang goes down. Couldn't really use the Petrify to even stun him under the turret, so he goes down. And just like that, 3 members now adding up a little bit more pressure as Toda, hoping to at least dent it down to 50%, but here comes Musang King as well as Zihong to flush them away, while you have Ben to try to hold up in the mid lane. We'll see whether they will be able to answer back, as we will have the TP portal to now exert a little bit more pressure onto JR.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the Futsu as well as the Agudo is obviously the split push potential, and obviously turret takedown potential, and how quick he can be. It's going to be pretty huge here for Todak, and something that BSE definitely want to keep a mark onto. As you can see here, putting a lot of pressure into the side lanes. They want to make sure that JR has a hard early game as possible. But we are getting into that point where the neutral objectives are spawning right now, so definitely going to be looking to try and gain some pressure into these side lanes.
Oh, here we go. Unleashing his ultimate. Xiang brings Hua down to 40%, forcing him to take the potions, while they are putting even more members to go in for this invade, where the rest of Toda will have to see if they could do something for Anda to still stash it away. Yuhao now driving from the forefront while Huahua goes in for a deep dive up against Xiang, where Xiang still coming up ahead, going for a dive, and he's just surviving with a sliver of health left. Meanwhile, the battle continues on as we go in for the exchange. Yuhao just pulls all the way back, but it's Musang King to go in for the steal, and still, yet again, shuts down CCS, and still more to go as they come in with the flaming palms and just goes back out to safety with the infinite fastness.
Yeah, really good to pick up there from from Blackshore Esports, right? Like taking the farm lane down as well as obviously the support means that there's not going to be anybody into that side lane giving a lot of pressure. It also means that sustainability for this next few moments is going to be a bit of a hindrance for the side of Todak. But thanks to the launch pads, they're able to get back straight into the thick of it, right? Like the cooldown on the death timer is not that much.
Yeah, and so far I like the tempo play. Here comes the merchant still onto Xiang. No waves, unfortunately, for Toda to capitalize on this situation where he is still having the flowery petals to be opened up, so he could just dance all around. But how much more time can he bought? Can he take down Snake? Nope, apparently not.
Yeah, the Annihilation coming through very thick there for the side of Todak. Was able to claim the kill onto Xiang. Potentially looking to get this T1 takedown into the top side of the map. Looks like BSE are going to trade it for the neutral objective, because if they don't, I feel like that's going to be a really hot contested issue at this time in the map.
Yeah, I just love the kind of macro control that Dota has overall. Having a lot more proactiveness, especially with this kind of TP plays, hoping to at least defend this turret, but they have given away a little bit too much room. They will still be able to hang on for now. So, at this moment, we're looking at Todak doing so much better of a job, coming up ahead in the form of kills and still having pretty much neutral grounds almost. It comes down to gold differentials, only slightly ahead for the side of Blackshore Esports.
Yeah, only slightly ahead for JR as well, right? Like, he's only in the matter of like 500 gold ahead in the lane right now. Gotta be careful that CCS doesn't make use of it. Sages might.
Oh, Musang King kind of locked into place, but they couldn't have enough damage to actually take him down just yet. Dan now is going to be a dead man target while Musang King being left out to fight the dust, but can he hold on? Dan goes down. Great flank coming in from the side of Huahua, and that's going to be Yuhua to be able to take down Musang King. So that's 2-0. Todak currently in the driver's seat.
Todak doing very well within that team fight. Obviously, we did know that Blackshore Esports was down a member with that one. Obviously, Xiang trying to get the push and trying to replicate that pressure into the top side of the map. Looks like they're going to be successful with getting that T1 takedown there. And I feel like what they're going to do here for Blackshore is just make sure they don't lose their T1 down to the bot side. Because again, that just spells a little bit more of a disaster for JR to have that kind of safe space to get the resources he needs.
Yeah, that Sage's might coming from his food early on. CCS definitely know what's up, where he knows that Musang King's gonna be prowling around, so you just want to put Blackshore Esports in an awkward angle where if they were to fall back from the fight, they're not exactly allowed to. That's where it just becomes a little bit more daunting for the rest of BSE to further commit into some of these fights. So if Dota can keep doing that, then perhaps they could actually draw blood up against Blackshore Esports in the series, but it's too soon to call. I mean, right now they do have the lead, but it's not too significant yet, so they are battling for a little bit more control of mid.
Battling for more control into the mid lane, but also into the bot side of the map is where you can see there's Young just playing macro again. He's just switching his lanes, making sure he's getting that pressure, but it's going to be not too much at the detriment of CCS, right? Because obviously he's playing the food suit. He's not kind of like a marksman. He's pretty much there to be into these team fights and try and get the advantage for the side of Todak. But in those moments where he's not, he's going to be going for these split pushes regardless of the lane, right?
That's right, and here comes Bridal Alberts already being pulled off, and well, I mean, he's still actually keeping my bad. Well, they're going for deeper dives, invades into the jungle, hoping to catch something in return. While there's still ample space for CCS to formulate something in return. Xiang now going in for the flowery petals as they are looking to put a dent to Yuhao, but he's going to be moving all the way back, barely surviving, but he does. Ana instead trades out as Dan goes down. Well, the infinite vastness will keep JR alive.
And this is exactly what I was on about, right? I mean, even though all that was popping up into the mid lane, CCS, now that he has no lane to be kind of bound to, he gets the T2 up into the clash lane. So he's just putting that pressure across the map right now, going in on a 1v1 against Musang King. Emergence, though.
perfect emergence on top of Musang King, but it kind of puts CCS once again in an awkward spot. He has to flash away, and that's their state just about enough for Musang King to take him down, where he was being very cheeky with that rotation from top all the way down into the Crimson Golem. I'm not too sure what exactly was his intention, but maybe it's just to put a little bit more of that attention span coming from BSE, hoping that they could trade back, but they weren't able to do so.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for, obviously, the Vanguard to crash in. As we can see here for the side of Todak, it is going to go into the T1 territory, and it's more likely going to get the takedown here as well. So I feel like he was just trying to make that a little bit more of an earlier play for Todak, but didn't quite get what he wanted. He wasn't quite expecting Musang King to be in his jungle, I think.
True enough, and on top of that, right now, the Charlotte 4-1-2 is going to be a tough kind of battle if BSE were to commit an overextensive of all their state, where we're looking at potential cat on the den, but he's beefy enough to be able to soak some of the damage because this is the Gouda that they're dealing with. They definitely don't want to pull for the commit up against Anda. So right at this moment, Blackshirt Esports, they kind of want to regain a little bit more of the control over onto the side lanes as well, but with this dance up mid, not much can get done, especially with Tyrant on the line.
Yeah, dance up in mid, and obviously they do have the pressure into the bot side of the map, which is obviously going to try and create as much space as possible for Todak to even potentially go for the Shadow Tyrant, because even though the damage isn't the weak part here, they need it.
They definitely do, and Todak will be pretty crucial for them to actually secure a little bit more of something. You see the Annihilation going down, getting a little bit more vision onto these BSE members. BSE is not backing down. They say, I will challenge you to a duel if you really want to go in for the Tyrant. So holding on just fine, still looking for maybe just a little crack in the wall for them to eventually pounce upon them. But yeah, right at this moment, I would say BSE, they definitely do need this Tyrant as the rest of Todak kind of taps out. They say, okay, we just want to get a little bit more of a good response, and that Annihilation gets a little bit more review as they're still kind of lingering around the Tyrant. We're up down to 40% at this moment. Are they going to pounce on it or not? BSE, they are just dancing around, hoping to actually catch out Anda, but instead they will be able to have just about enough space to secure it.
Yeah, definitely the pandering around the Tyrant there. The Shadow Tyrant was going to be enough for Blackshirt Esports to actually get that one. Just trying to keep Anda out of that gate. But at the same time, CCS is just doing... He knows that obviously to this point in the game, there's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of catch-off here for CCS on the Futsu for now. So if he goes into a team fight and plays it incorrectly, he's going to be going down. So just trying to find his motive and mojo somewhere else across the gorge, which we know is going to be this macro gameplay.
Sure enough, and they're currently sending Xiang to kind of handle that situation up against the Futsu. So I guess that when it comes down to this duel, it will still be Xiang that does have more of that damage output, not quite enough for CCS to back out of any form of scenarios that could actually favor him, so CCS will go down.
Yeah, I mean, easy 1v1, but then it becomes even easier when Musang King comes in for that 2v1 there. But the emergence coming through here, trying to save Hua Hua. He does get away with the little bit of life that he's displaying on the gorge right now. But top side of the map looking like it may get opened up here for Xiang as well. Gotta be careful, though. We are seeing a slow but sure opening up here of Todak.
Oh, beautiful dive coming from Xiang as they will brute force their way, diving into the high ground just to secure Anda in the process. Well, they've managed to also pick out the tower of their own. They're looking for two back-to-back towers where it's only down to Hua Hua to really hold down, to clear off all these minion waves. Just about enough damage to be done. Only actually further commit. Xiao now dives right in. Stay in trouble. Stay goes down. The certain state will secure it. Musang King looking for a whole lot more with Blackshirt Esports now gets themselves back up ahead and further denies any form of advantages coming from the side of Todak and looking to also end the game. Yuang's going down and out. BSE fully in control, but they're having Musang King dropping low. CCS, what more can he do? Can he bring down Musang King? Apparently not. And Xiang dives in to secure it for JR.
Secure it for JR. They did a very good team fight at the Crystal right now, but they still need to wait for those minion waves to crash through, right? So it is all down to Anda and Hua Hua. And now, I mean, now it's just down to Hua Hua. I mean, he does have to stay up in about a second.
Yeah, what more can he actually do? And he's going to be dropping very low, almost taking down Xiang in the process. And that's about all that she wrote. Blackstreet Esports 2-0.
Yep, 2-0 for Blackstreet Esports. Not quite that kind of successful game one that they had against Todak. Obviously, sub 10-minute mark in game one. This time around, a little bit more of a struggle for them because Todak brought the punches and brought the pain.
Yeah, I mean, there you have plenty of punches. Like, I'm not too sure what kind of punch does Diao Chan offers, but, you know, it looks a little bit scuffy in the early game. It still ended up being a 1-to-1 trade between them as well as Charlotte, but evidently when it comes down to the later stages, the Charlotte was already scaling up and up, so it was getting a little bit more difficult, but I think that Xiang definitely was up to a whole lot of interesting maneuvers when it comes down to those duels, especially up against CCS. Though, despite CCS going up with, of course, a very peculiar pick on this Futsu without the presence of Dachel, I think that he's been just causing a little bit more disruption on some of the side lanes, but he's been punished for it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying in the actual game, though, right? Was the fact that CCS and the Futsu, he's not going to be there for the team fights. He's going to be there to just basically get that split push. And as soon as that T1 fell into the bot side of the map, he had no kind of like secure and safe space to kind of fall back to. And he was like, right, I'm gonna have to be very absent into these team fights. And I mean, it did pay off. He was able to get obviously quite a bit of macro into the top side of the map. He got all the way to the high ground turret, but it just wasn't enough. Obviously, they needed a little bit more push on the side of Todak.
Yeah, despite the loss, I mean, Todak definitely has done a much better job this time around to be able to stand toe-to-toe against Blackstreet Esports in many of all these objective control and at the very same time, all these early skirmishes that actually seem to have found a couple of all these great opening for Stay, especially on him, coming up huge with those annihilations as well as very timely emergence, but when you have lesser control over the map, once Blackstreet Esports gets things rolling, then it just gets out of hand, where even staying with that impact in the early game could not do too much on that late game, where you could see that huge dip coming in from that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, it's where they started to get those like really good team fights right onto the side of Todak. They were able to get a lot of pickoffs for the side of Todak in terms of obviously kills. Last game, they didn't get a single kill on the board. But this time around, they actually got 9 kills on the board this time. So it was those kind of crucial moments where they got those kills and they turned it into something greater in terms of like pushes into the side lanes. Didn't quite get any of the neutral objectives other than the Overlord, which didn't really pay much dividends at that point in the game. But it was just, again, Blackstreet Esports, they have that late game scaling, right? They have the Loon, they have the Dial Chan as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that BSC, they were pretty much on that steady run. They weren't all too phased about all these early stages where they would have that full confidence that they will be able to scale up to speed. And definitely JR have got some major impact on some of all these positions in some of all these team fights. So good call coming from Blackstreet Esports. I'm not too sure about the Dow Chat still, but if they were to pull it up against other big teams, maybe they won't be walking off scot-free. But Dota, I think it's been rather impressive that they've been able to hold on for a decent lead from that 6-minute mark all the way up to 10 minutes. So I felt like maybe it's just down to a few calls that they could have made a little bit better in order to still be able to compete with the rest of BSC.
I know you said you weren't like sure of the Dial Chan pick here, but it is going to be Xiang getting that MVP performance on her as well. 4-3-5. Obviously, we saw a trade in the early part of the game where it should have just been a first blood going up to Wawa, but it was the fact that Xiang was able to get that level 2, get that extra skill onto the board as well, meant that he was able to kind of maneuver and also get the kill onto Wawa also. But damage dealt 28% and damage taken is 18%, so still a margin of 10% difference between taken and dealt damage. Pretty huge for a not always considered pick into the Clash lane.
Yeah, for all things considered, I mean, there's definitely a huge output coming from Xiang, where he's being super proactive, always looking to dive in for a brawl whenever a push comes to shove, and I guess that's kind of how it went on. This is the 1v1 that we've talked about, where it was off screen for a moment. We were wondering, wow, Xiang, he's actually got the first blood up against Charlotte? But it definitely was that level 2 spike that helped him out.
Yeah, he was able to get obviously the HP regen from his abilities and his dashes there. It was just enough to keep him alive to get that kill and also get the minions wiped out as well. But these are the kind of team fights where we started to see that Todak started to struggle, right? Obviously, JR, perfect positioning there, had backline access onto Yuhao, which you don't really want in those team fights. Yu1 needs to be kept safe.
Yeah, and at the very same time, like, I really do like how the rest of Todak has been able to kind of play around stay, and Hua kind of opens up a little bit more of that spacing in between. But when it comes down to the late game, once they kind of lost out on some of the trades around that Tyrant, that's where the rest of Todak kind of fumbled a little bit more, and BSC kind of wastes no time with that performance dive where they've been able to really close out the game.
Yeah, exactly. BSC was like, no, anybody got time for that? We need to finish this game off. We obviously had a sub 10-minute game in game number 1, and game number 2, we kind of like let ourselves fall a little bit, but it does have to go as the dues of Todak that was able to obviously push Blackshoe Esports a little bit further in that one, obviously thanks to comp as well as thanks to their macro.
Yeah, I think that BSC, they still have all pretty much drawn out on what the blueprint is in order for them to still secure another great victory, despite this one being a little bit more back and forth up against Todak. So that was a great run. Of course, that is the end for Todak, but there's definitely a whole lot more for Blackshoe Esports. We will be expecting them to be moving to the playoffs to fan off against the rest of the team to see if they could defend their crown. So please welcome some of all the members of Blackshoe Esports as they'll be joining us for this interview. Hello, congratulations, Blackshoe Esports. You guys have gotten another convincing win with a 2-0 in this series up against Todak. Zihong, tell me how you're feeling heading into this matchup.
Very excited because we are the number one in the we are number one.
Yeah, I'm excited for. Yeah, you guys have been really proving yourselves really well in the entire MKL. So Blam, I'm pretty sure you got some hot questions for Zihong right here. So go ahead, shoot your shot.
Yeah, a bit of a spicy one. So which teams do you hope to see knocked out early in the playoffs?
I think any team is welcome to challenge us in playoff.
Oh, okay. Okay, you guys can take yourselves out, but when you meet Blackshoe Esports, you guys are going out either way. So I like that. I like that. So, Zihong, I think you guys have definitely played super well throughout the MKL. And my question will be, well, out of all the players out here that you guys have faced, who do you think is the toughest player that you have ever faced in the laning phase?
I think the toughest player is myself, and I just need to do myself best.
Okay, that's fair enough. So everybody else, kind of whatever, so long as Zihong is feeling it, he's going to be performing absolutely great. So Zihong, one last word from you. Anything you want to say to the fans who will be watching you guys play in Sunway Pyramid in the playoffs? Any words for them?
See you guys in final 8th of June in Sunway Pyramid.
All right. 8th of June. Mark it down because BSC, they're expected to be in the grand final, so you guys want to be there. Thank you so much, Zihong. Thank you for your time. And, of course, all the best in the playoffs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a bit of an introspective look on that question, right? Like, hey, who's your hardest opponent? It's like, myself. It's like, bro, was you looking in the mirror when you was asking that question? Like, that seems like something I would say. Like, hey, who's your hardest opponent? Just looking at myself, just pointing at me in the mirror, like, hey, it's you. It's you. It's nobody else. It's you. But no, very well played there by BSC in that last regular season matchup that they're going to have, right? That's their last best of 3 match they're going to have within the MKL Spring Season 2025.
Yeah, can you imagine in his sleep, and he just woke up in the middle of his sleep. It's like, oh man, I have a nightmare. It's like, oh, man, what happened, man? Like, oh, I was fighting Zihong. Like, wait, yourself? Like, it's like, this guy is definitely built different where there's just no competitor that's kind of matching up to him. I mean, surely Nova Esports is going to be looking to challenge that statement. The same goes to AG Global as well as O2 Esports or whoever else that's going to be moving up against them. So I love the confidence. He didn't even talk about the rest of the dates of the playoffs. He was like, okay, you guys just have to be here on 8th June. Like, because we're going to be playing the finals for sure. That's how confident he is.
Yeah, a lot of confidence to just be like, you know what, forget the 6th, forget the 7th, it's just the 8th, just pop in on then. We'll be in the finals, we'll probably take a 4-0 sweep, don't worry about it, we got it. We're going back to KWC, and we're going to go and prove ourselves against, obviously, not only those KPL teams, but the rest of the global teams as well. Again, even though we was talking about it earlier, MKL definitely seems to be one of the stronger ones, but I do have to give props over to some of those teams that come out of that KMW. I mean, OG Esports and Twisted Minds, I feel like will definitely give some of the MKL teams a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, look at the other regions as well. We got Nongshim Red Force and some of all these notable names that could potentially pose a threat to some of these guys. But I think that when it comes down to disparity of, skill levels, it's almost non-existent, right? Non-existent overall, where all these teams are really putting every single effort into all these matches. And I think, like, up next, Nova and Team Secret, they got to do everything possible in this grudge match, as we've seen this classic to be unfolded in a couple more minutes. So I'm pretty sure we're stuck for this one. So what's your prediction for this series?
I mean, I'm not too sure, right? But it's the previous second place holder of the Malaysian region going up against the new champion of obviously Season 3 Invitational, and currently they're second place within the regular season. So obviously we're going to get into that one after this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go into a short break here between these two matchups. This will be our last game. So make sure you're tuning in for Nova against Team Secret after the short break.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High, fast as the wind. Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundaries between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land. Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Judgement? Look, we meet again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025 regular season, week 6, and it is the last day. And this is going to be the last match of the regular season for our first MKL. So a little bit of history here for us. We're partaking in Contra.
Yeah, this is definitely a classic matchup for some of these teams who have faced each other countless of times. Team Secret, Old Kings versus, currently the ultra dominant Nova Esports. I say dominant, but in the recent performances of Nova Esports, they kind of have some shaky runs as well, where they're kind of dropping a few series here and there, but this is definitely a whole lot of pride at stake for both ends, where you kind of want to show strong strides moving into the series in order for you to have more confidence heading into the playoffs. But at the very same time, I would say that there's pretty much dollars to be earned. The positions won't change in the regular season, but it's even more important for Team Secret to win this series if they kind of want a better matchup moving to the playoffs.
Correct, and these are the teams that are going to go head-to-head, right? And we are going to be introducing them once more. It's Waypit, Muchi, CY, Schwan, and Wendy onto the side of Nova, and then Team Secret.
It is Sun, Xuan, Qisan, Nono, as well as Gusing. So overall, all these rosters from left to right, they're absolutely stacked. So definitely, there's plenty of eyeballs looking at who's going to be coming up ahead. And overall, I think that these two junglers, CY as well as Gusing, have been some of the most explosive in the scene, where we're looking at, I think, picks like Pei to be heavily contested from either side of the party on one of the series to be played out. So we'll definitely want to see what will they be cooking moving up ahead. We will be looking at these two particular players, Schwan as well as Xuan. I mean, I've always got this confused because it's just an added N for the side of TS.
Exactly. I mean, how many Schwans do you need? You need more than Schwan. It is 5.3 average KDA to the 2.7, and then obviously damage per minute is going to be moving over to Team Secret Schwan, and then over to this side of Nova Schwan. Again, it's just like a ping pong table. Look at this. Doof, 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 doof. It goes back and forwards every time with these metrics between these two clash laners, because they are some of the best within the MKL.
Yeah, it also tells you a little bit of their playstyle as well, where Sean kind of want to play steadily, where Xuan, he kind of puts his body on the line to try to get some leads in favor of Team Secret. So even despite the hero pool, it's almost very close in comparison, where it's only one added hero in difference of what he could actually bring to the pool. So I don't know who will emerge as the better Xuan, or that could only be one by the end of the run. So, well, I tried my best to rhyme, Blam. I'm not too sure how much I scored on that one, but we'll see.
It was a 10 from me. It was a 10 from me. Don't worry. It was a 10 from me. You did good.
Okay.
You did good. But yeah, but these two teams, obviously, we were saying about it in the before the break that obviously Team Secret used to be the second place team, obviously last year in 2024 of Honor of Kings Esports, especially within the Malaysian region. But now it seems to be that Nova Esports is obviously current Season 3 champions, and they are current second place within the regular season. So there seems to be a little bit of a switch up within the brand, right? Like Nova being second place, BSE finally getting back to that top spot, which they were denied of in their Season 3 qualifiers. Is definitely looking like a little bit more of a familiar, definitely more of a changed environment within the Malaysian league, right?
Yeah, true enough. And at the very same time, when we compare the records head to head, I think up till now, I don't think that Team Secret has been able to actually win a full series up against Nova Esports. So I'm pretty sure that they're pretty much fired up and ready to really prove a point up against Nova Esports. That you think that this is just going to be a smooth cruise? I don't think so. Where most of the time where Team Secret faces off Nova, I feel like they really put everything on the drawing board in order to win every single round. But then again, Nova always have those better exchanges, better macro control moving into, late games. There are certain hairy situations where it just boils down to only one mistake to be proving costly for either side of the party. So I expect a very close game. I don't know. Well, Nova now chooses the blue side. Do you think that this is going to give them a little bit of that edge, getting that first pick potential?
Potentially, right? I mean, blue side is all about kind of like locking in that prior pick that you want. Like sometimes we see it kind of be like the core pick for the team. So they're like, right, okay, we'll get the core players pick most times out of 10 for the past like day or two. We've seen a lot of Ali being locked in that part of the situation because the bans hasn't been really orientated around the Ali. We've had more kind of like Dharma, Zhongfei, Luna, Pei, those kind of picks. So again, having the Ali being locked in there means that they can kind of like, right, okay, we've got the marksman pick. We can then kind of flesh this around the Ali because obviously she's going to need protected. She can get out of these sticky situations by herself, but if she doesn't have that early team power spike with the likes of the Doomsday first, it becomes a lot harder for her to try and get back on that horse.
Yeah, true enough, where you just gotta ensure that she have that safety net in the early game to really scale into that late game monster. So Team Secret, though, I mean, it's been also rocky ride for them. I think like when they first started off the season, we start to see some glaring adjustments that they have to make in order to start getting some W's along the way. But at the very least, with what they've been able to accumulate, they are put into such a difficult situation where they're just by the borderline. Comes down to the very final weekend here, where they're currently placed like 5th, 6th, which nobody actually expected them to be in this kind of manner. Where is it really down to the roster shuffle that has hurt them a little bit ever since their ex-jungler kind of left to play the IKL? Like even despite that, I think Goosing's actually doing a really good job here. It's just that maybe it's just the playstyle difference that they really have to kind of play, either accommodate or maybe even to find a certain form of cohesion. But over time, I think that Team Secret kind of found a little bit more of a different identity over time. So I'm definitely liking where they're currently headed, but definitely they could do a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, like you said there, like it could be the team an issue with having 2 new members. Obviously, this team last year, obviously they didn't have the global ban pick as well, which can be a big spanner in the works for a lot of these teams as well. They're already established kind of like top dogs within global esports. But then obviously also pairing that in with 2 new players, especially after season 3. So really these teams haven't been playing together for like a good like 6 months yet. So they're still kind of having teething issues. They're still still gelling together. So Team Secret right now may not be the Team Secret we see in MKL Winter, right? So we've still got to keep holding faith out for these boys because there is some great players on their team. Obviously, Sun, Shishan, and Xuan have been playing together for quite some time. Sun is a kind of like a carry within his own right, but like you were saying about Gushing, he's definitely filled those big boots that TNX has left out the side of Team Secret. I mean, what other jungle do you know that doesn't take Smite in Season 2 Invitational and still wins?
Nobody else. I mean, that guy's an absolute legend, right? But at the moment, he's chilling somewhere in Jakarta, probably. So who knows? He'll be watching and say, hey, what happened to my ex-teammates, you know? So as for Nova Esports, when we take a look at their story so far, I mean, they've definitely had an illustrious career, right? Where they've been able to win out the S3 Invitationals, and this roster so far has not changed for a very, very long time, which you definitely have seen this dynamic that has been pretty much intact for the longest time, where I think if anything at all is just down to what their coaching staff wants them to, you know, divert into a different form of play style or so. So I guess it's really boiling down to all these kind of decision makings that kind of makes and breaks some of all the series that they play out. But at least, I mean, it was good enough for Nova Esports to really had such a wonderful run throughout the MKL. Now that they are currently within the top 2 seed, let's take a look at what Game 1 has to offer. And, you know, the usual suspects that we've expected. Zhangfei first off the list. And you did talk about the Arlie for a bit, that this is usually going to be the first pick. So Team Secret, they're not going to allow it to happen up against Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a player like Muchi, you don't want to be giving him the Arlie in Game 1 because that kind of just like, it sows your own seeds, right? Like, that's going to be like a Game 1 victory for Nova if they were able to get the Arlie in this Game 1. But banning out the Mai Shiranui, banning out the Arlie means that Dharma is going to be available. Pei will be available as well, but it is going to be Xuan picking up the Dharma here. Obviously, great pick into the Clash lane. It's the first time we've seen it today. We've had, what, 4 games? And this is the first time we see Dharma.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty interesting to know that usually in all the other series we'll at least see 2 Dharmas at the very least, but this being the first one, I think Nova Esports have definitely had Xuan to be piling this very frequently, that it is going to be a very steady core pick. And at the very same time, Team Secret, they also won a little bit more of that safety net. So they secure both Mayin as well as the Yixing. So these are lanes that are going to be very difficult to dive. So Team Secret kind of still want to play a little bit more along the side of having just about enough mobility to really kite around and also look for those big setups with the Wool is My Board, as well as anything that the Mayin could do with a big, massive knockup.
Yeah, the Yixing as well as the Mayin, great picks here. Obviously, Mayin going up against the Dharma is going to have a little bit more of an easier time thanks to obviously the sustainability that she holds and as well as the CC and obviously high mobility. But speaking of high mobility, over to the side of Nova Esports, they do lock in CY onto the Luna, and then Wei Pick gets the Lian Po. And we've already seen some monstrous Lian Po come from BSC already, especially on Dion.
Yep, true enough. And now begs the question, Team Secret, they gotta find a little bit more of a crowd control setup in order to really lock in up against this Luna. So they definitely want to ensure that there is going to be decent picks available, so they will just try to axe out even more marksmen off the list. Arlie was already gone from the first phase. Now they're also taking out of concept using, okay, we're gonna go in with big brawls because Team Secret now has a party. I would suspect that the first thing that they're gonna do, they're gonna lock in that Lung. So if Nova Esports don't ban it away, that is just gonna be a freebie for Team Secret.
A freebie, yeah. I mean, they're still looking, obviously, their marksman as well as their support, right? So, Dolia, Diadea, Zhangfei's been taken off the board here. We could potentially even see obviously, Direnje could come through as well as pairing with Sakia, but they definitely need either some kind of sustainability, maybe potentially something like the Huan for the side of Team Secret, because they don't have that. There we go. Nova called it. It was like, sorry, mate, you cut. You're not getting any healing. You're not getting CC. You're not going to bait us with your unending sorrow. So, unfortunately, for the side of Team Secret, they've got to rethink this one.
Yeah, so Team Secret, I guess like they could just go in for a loan first, because if you were to allow it to go into the hands of Nova Esports, I mean, they could also consider the Judgement, which isn't going to be all too much of a difference maker, other than maybe having lack of mobility in the marksman kit. So Secret, they probably would like to secure themselves something beefy. I mean, I'm not sure if you want to go for your main, because I don't think it's kind of ideal, because you kind of want those big lockouts. So you're going to bring in the secure, having a little bit more of the bear power to be able to smash anybody, cause a bit of distraction, and in the early game, whoever he smacks with the first skill, perhaps that's going to be a big jump coming in from either the Pei, either the Mayin, and it's just going to be a full wombo combo coming out of Team Secret if you could get this secure to be setting them up for success.
Yeah, early game, it's definitely going to pack a punch, right? Obviously, like you said there, with the Mulberry Power, that's definitely going to chunk a lot of the health of the enemy's marksman, but they do deny out, obviously, the D-Ranger, because they know they pair so well with the Zakia, which means that only other option, to be honest, would be the Lung. So in terms of damage and obviously late game potential, this could be the thing that sees Team Secret go through, as well as Yixing, right? Obviously, Yixing's passive is only going to stack up over time as well, meaning that they're going to do more magic damage as they go throughout this game. But there's a lot of control onto the side of Nova Esports. You've obviously got the Destructive Deluge, you've got DRNG with his ultimate, you've got the Tremor Smash, you've obviously got Luna, obviously CY is able to obviously get a little bit of CC on you as well. So potentially it's going to be a hard team fight to maneuver against if you're Team Secret.
Yeah, and overall, Team Secret, as much as they prioritize a lot of mobility, a lot of all these quick movements around the map, I'm looking at all these advancements to be rendered useless if you were to be pitched up against a full 5v5, where you have either Wendy to really lock somebody out, and then the full flurry of attacks will come right through, especially Waypit. How much can he actually do with the Tremor Smash when he will be looking for those big catches? And that might just be expended just to burn somebody's ultimate. So I'm not too sure if it's going to be all too fruitful, because we're looking at Team Secret hoping to scale very steadily into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point you make there, right? Waypit using the Tremor Smash to kind of exhaust the ultimates, especially if we're looking over to TS's Sun, right? Like, if we get Lung's Infinite Bastus off the cards, that's going to be a hard get out of jail card for the side of Team Secret. Oh, the Mulberry Power with the slam. Oh, it is going to be the first blood going over to TS Noir. Sun going down pretty low, but the flash combo with the Mulberry Power was going to be enough to catch him out.
Wow, that was a big bonk right there. I mean, he didn't really expect that output to be so devastating, so much so that Muchi even burned a flash, so he's kind of susceptible for even more.
Susceptible to even more. Obviously, the Mulberry Power just come through here, doing a lot of damage onto Waypit because he doesn't quite have the alimization just yet, but it's going to be Gushing. He does get denied the kill onto Waypit for now. CY waiting in the wings, but so is Noir with that Mulberry Power to just kind of stop the speed and the momentum here of CY.
I really like what Team Secret is doing in the early game, burning out flashes already. Now here comes Shuang.
Yeah, with Truth Punch coming through, it's going to be enough to lock down Gushang, but that's not going to be enough. Trading Wendy onto the back line, walls my board to separate Nova Esports in this 3v3. Mulberry Power doesn't quite hit there onto the side of Nova, but it's going to be giving over the healing. We see the Schwan trying to do a lot of damage onto TS Schwan, but Waypit just looking to keep him away, maybe feeding him into CY here. Mulberry Power comes through, is it going to be enough to deny them? Oh, CY with the pickoff.
What a save as well, coming from Nono, perfectly positioned to just punish that overextension as well. Now it goes 2-2, so I would say it was a favorable trade for Nova at the very least to kind of get back on track, especially with those kills going in favor of CY as well as Wendy. So you get that massive power spike for this Luna to keep ramping up for more, while, you know, all this initiation coming in from the side of Team Secret. Sure, you got a kill. That first blood went to the support. Maybe it's not so consequential when it comes down to the overall, where you didn't really ramp up too much for the Lung. So I would say it is definitely still pretty much playable for Nova Esports, despite being a couple hundred behind.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of obviously Gold League across the globe, they are ahead by the side of Team Secret, which is obviously when you're gooshing, when you are on the pay, that's exactly the position you need to be in, right? You can't be behind in gold, especially when Nova CY is on the respective Luna pick as well. So definitely Team Secret are playing this already very well. They need to make sure they're maintaining the gold lead because it is slowly, but surely catching up by the side of Nova Esports.
Turn up, and here goes Wendy, just trying to chase away the Sakura. I don't think it's going to be an easy catch after all. He could just dash to the nearest bush and just get back into safety. So a little bit of a tussle for power or control over mid lane where they are looking for a massive rotation over onto the Tyrant. I don't think they will start it off quickly, where they're still going to be able to keep tabs upon them. So Nono's doing an impressive job, but going back into those early scuffles, right? Nova Schwen, his position on this Dharma was impeccable, where he was just in your face all the time. Now they're already looking for the Crimson to stack away.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of pressure onto Gushing here. It means that they're obviously not going to be at the neutral objective as well. So that means that Nova Esports, if they're going to strike, they're going to strike hard now. And that is it. Schwan gets taken down on side of Team Secret. So that's already a 1-0 trade from the side of Nova Esports, putting them at a better stand-in to try and go for this neutral objective. However, the prize pony that was Gushing has obviously paid his respects and got the Crimson Golem down to the bottom side of the map, as well as TSM getting that T1. So they've definitely translated a lot of those kills. Well, no kill for them, but they get those objectives for themselves.
Yeah, it's like an eye for an eye. You take my Crimson, I'll take yours, but instead I walk away with Tyrant. You can have Schwen. Like, it's okay. They're still holding off just fine, but then again, you take a look at how drilled that Clash Link tower is for TS Schwen. It is starting to be a little bit concerning, where just about any form of pressure coming from Nova could be able to crack it. Well, I think that they've done just about enough, where Team Secret so far matching up to the pacing of Nova Esports, and at the very same time, they're currently having more members stack up in the mid lane. They're probably going to be putting just about enough pressure to really put a dent to this one. Here comes the board.
Yeah, World of a board being committed here, just trying to kind of zone him into this safe space, but it does also force Schwan from Nova to go down as well using the teleport. He does get the T1 into the top side of the map, but T2 falls for the side of Nova Esports as well. So farm lane not looking too hot. Muchi is going to need some new safe space. He's going to need some new parents to keep him safe in this one.
Yeah, they're playing this like a chessboard, or you could say a go board, right? Oh, big dumping in onto Zun, but it's not going to be a full commitment, where they're really forming up exchanges where they will be able to still maintain a certain hit ratio across the map, and at the very same time go for a trade if it does not really favor you in the form of exchange. So at the moment, Team Secret, they're looking for something here. Power.
Nice face check. They knew where Wendy was. They pick him up with the Mulberry. They get the Infernal, the Flaming Palms onto him as well. That was all, just trying to keep and maintain the info on that Azure Golem. But CY acting very quickly takes obviously Team Secret's Azure Golem as well. So he's not going to be without that Azure Golem, which is what they were really hoping for on the side of Team Secret.
That's crazy intuition, right? Coming out of Nono, he just knows that, okay, there must be somebody. I don't care who that is, and now they're looking for even more.
Somebody, maybe Schwan getting picked out here as well. Obviously going in with it for the Bastards very aggressively, but then gets picked up by Gushing into the backline. Way pick goes down as well. Team Secret looking pretty hot into this game one right now. I mean, in terms of gold, they're still ahead. Have they been able to shut down CY? Not just yet, but it's still on the cards for Team Secret.
Holy guacamole. I mean, the way that they're really playing is really putting Nova Esports in the back burner right now, where Team Secret, they're just gaining leads after lead, and now it's added up to 22,000. So it is definitely going to be pretty concerning, where Nova Esports are kind of forced to make measures work. Now CY sees an opportunity to seize away and steals it up. The Overlord down from the taking, and also Shisun taken out.
Yeah, Shisun gets taken down as well as the neutral objective as well there. That's a little bit troublesome for the side of Team Secret. Probably not what they want at this point in the game. But Team Secret have formulated around this T1 into the mid lane. They don't want to drop anything in that mid lane for now, because that's where their foothold into this best of 3 against Nova Esports. That's where it starts to fall apart. If they lose that T1 into the mid lane, it's over.
Yeah, Nova At least they didn't manage to steal the Overlord in order to form up to this pressure, but we'll have to see. TS, they're going for more.
Yeah, Gushing taking too much damage in that early part of the team fight. He does get taken down there by Schwan, but it is respective to the TS. Schwan gets a knock-up with the whatevers onto CY. Tremor Smash being committed, but connects onto none, just enough to drive away TS Schwan for now. They're holding onto the mid-tier 1, but this is where we need Gushing. That's a lot of damage being taken off the side of Team Secret. Yes, we still have Shishan available, and Sun is up still, but you can't be dropping Gushing at this point of the game.
Yeah, it was kind of brutal on how they've been able to find that punishment where clipping onto these multiple members of Team Secret, and at the very least, Schwan gets to flee away from danger. He almost got caught out coming in from that position deep inside of the jungle. Muchi already initiated the Iron Exchange, and I don't think that Team Secret's entirely in the position, but they're looking for C1 instead.
No, yeah, they're gonna commit with it. I mean, Nova definitely need this one, right? They don't really want to go for the Overlord just yet. They want to get that Tyrant, that extra little bit of damage onto the board for themselves. They got 80 seconds of extra damage into these team fights because they need it, right? I mean, other than CY, Wendy is going to be their main output of damage. Wendy has been caught out twice, so Team Secret know these team fights, they need to take Wendy off the table because that Destructive Deluge is going to be destructive nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly what it stands for overall, which is why he's pretty much the most punishable member out there. You don't really want to, funnel all your resources on some of all the other frontline targets like even Xuen or even Weipit, where they can just easily dash in and out of some of these fights. So easier to just fully commit on Wendy instead. So Weipit dodges the Mulberry Power. Another Tyrant up for grabs, but oh
no! Schwan gets taken out early on. That's not good for the side of Team Secret. It's these little mistakes that's going to make it hard for them to try and finish this game off. Weipit taking a lot of damage from the Flaming Palms, but the Infinite Vastness being used to just be like, hey guys, I'm going away, but it does mean he's able to go back and collapse onto Gushing to help with the Shadow Overlord, which Nova right now, I mean Team Secret right now, is taking it as a constellation prize, right? They need some pressure on the map. They haven't pushed the lanes for quite some time.
Yeah, it really felt like a couple of times Schwan kind of moves in with a little bit of overextension. Despite of these unfavorable exchanges, at least Team Secret says, hey, there's a little bit of opening. We can actually get ourselves another Overlord now that we kind of give it one to Nova, but they're looking for a catch.
Looking for a catch, and obviously he started with the Truth Mantra, but CY gets knocked down there. Is this thanks to Shishan? He gets the taken liberties, but then that last little bit of splash damage is able enough to take down CY for the first time in this game. This is where Team Secret need to strike. They strike the T2 now.
Yeah, and also with the Vanguard moving over on a bomb, and there's just plenty of pressure. Here comes the board.
Yeah, Wall of being committed here just to kind of zone out the side of Nova Esports for now. It's just going to damage the higher ground turret, but it's going to be enough for the side of Nova just to wipe it out, right? They still have the damage on the board, especially with Wendy available. They can still kind of push away these Vanguards.
Yeah, it's great that Team Secret has been able to really relieve a lot of that pressure ever since securing all themselves this Shadow Overlord and looking into finding another pick. Whippet's kind of in the way, but if he can actually get a good Tremor Smash in, then it will be pretty much a full flurry coming out of the side of Nova Esports. Now that they've already cleared out all these Vanguards, they have more of these areas to play out. Spots out, no, not exactly the target you really would be able to easily catch, so it's just gonna be some footing for Nova Esports to regain across the map. So CY, he cannot afford to overplay his hand, where the last we saw from that kind of dive into the enemy jungle, he kind of didn't expect that much damage to be put in, and here comes another board to lock Wimpy away, but I don't think that they're going to fully commit to this, but they will at least chunk up a portion of his health and eventually look to form a tree to set up as they are looking for CY up top.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Weipit's doing his job right. He's just forcing these skills out to the side of Team Secret. So these next big team fights, they know for a fact they don't have a board for a few seconds now. Now we see Weipit using the launch pad here. Mulberry Power does actually land onto him. So again, he's just soaking up the damage for the side of Nova Esports, because realistically, he's going to be the only one. He's the only hero that can do that, right? And actually walk away scot-free. If anybody else onto the side of Nova takes it, Wendy, CY, that's it. They're donezo.
Yeah, any form of important spell that he actually soaks is going to open up more avenues. And speaking of which, here comes the big board though.
Yeah, board coming in. We do see Waypick onto Schwan as well as Nuwa as well. Schwan into the side of Team Secret, looking to go for a fight. The Flaming Palms from Sun is going to be enough to take down Schwan as well. Even the Vastus being used as a bit of a defensive measure there to get away back into the team. Into the backline, but Gushin goes down. Shishan picks up Waypit. For now, that is currently a 2-2 trade overall for both of these teams, neutralizing that kill board at 8-8.
That was a beautiful recommitment coming from the rest of Nova Esports. They were just burning off these elements, and they know that Sun. Now that he's kind of out of this fight with his infinite vastness, you can start to look for those punishments, and that's where they managed to get the catch of Ron to Gushing. So for very neck and neck, you're looking at a stalemate, 41k goal on both sides. So it's going to come to the point where everyone's going to get full slotted eventually, but Nova, they've secured a whole lot more Tyrant. They do get themselves pretty much all these stacking buffs in order to look for the out trades later on. So it's definitely going to be a little bit more tough for the rest of Team Secret to really go for those full-blown fights that they really want to acquire. So Gusing, going into the late game, they're definitely looking to maybe split the map wide open a little bit more, but there is going to be the Shadow Overlord in the card, so they kind of lose that control. And are they going to go in for the challenge? Because there is a flank coming in.
There's a flank coming in, but there's also a minion wave coming in for the side of Nova, so they definitely have the priority over to the top side of the map. They're able to probably get this T2 as well. So they're just chipping off to the side of Team Secret for now. Jishan uses his board just to kind of try and lock them into space, but it's not going to be enough. Wendy coming in with the Destructive Deluge. It's going to be the wipeout they need onto the side of Nova Esports to pick off this kill for now. Obviously, Schwan has to go into the mid lane to tend his garden. He has to make sure there's nothing crashing into these high ground turrets, because Team Secret, when they have that window of opportunity, they will strike.
Yeah, speaking of which, they were hoping for a very big setup. Was you could see that they were just hoping to wrap the rest of these members of Nova Esports around, but the moment that they kind of extended deeper into their own jungle, that's where that kind of punishes them. But at least it wasn't too big of a loss. You just have Kishan drop in that form exchange. But now with pretty much the Shadow Overlord up for taking as well, I don't think that Team Secret has got anything that they could actually utilize to get anywhere close by. So Nova Esports, they're back in control.
They're back in control, absolutely. I mean, team fights are definitely going in their favor, right? I mean, all being set up and started with Waypit to try and just exhaust the skills from the side of Team Secret, but then we just see the damage come rolling through from Wendy, from CY. It's just enough to wipe them down in these team fights. The Shishan with the boards isn't quite being as useful as they should be. They're not catching up to important components of the side of Nova Esports. CY still only been taken down once, and if you're not punishing the Luna more than once, that's when this issues start to arise. And even with this lane priority for Team Nova in the top side of the map, Team Secret's high ground turret's looking pretty damaged.
Yeah, I have to agree with you that the Woodlands Mine board isn't exactly put into the best of effect, where you kind of want Nova to be putting themselves into a position where they're fully committed. That's where you could just land more targets onto the board to really lock them into a scenario where Team Secret could actually turn the tides in their favor. But most often than not, it's really just Waypit soaking it in. He knows that he doesn't really have to do too much, and even despite him falling really low, he's always got just about ample space for him to kind of walk away with the rest of Nova to be backing him if anything were to happen. So great call. Team Secret, they're trying to take things one step at a time because they understand they aren't exactly in the best position to even extend out of their jungle at the moment. So I guess we might even see this game to be having pretty much a late one, probably past 20 over minutes if this is going to be the trend overall. So down to Nova, are they going to make a big call for a fight?
Yeah, I mean, what are the minor details to look at there? I mean, at that top side of the map, when we saw the defense for the high ground turret, we actually saw Shishan use his TP, so he's flashed in. So the side of Nova Esports know that Shishan has no get out of jail card. I mean, he has the invincibility from his passive, but other than that, if they run that down and burst him out very quickly, that's a lot of damage going up from the side of Team Secret that they got to be careful of, right?
True enough, and all they really have to do is to be mindful of keeping your passive intact. There's gonna be another Tyrant, and Nova calls for a big dot.
Oh, Schwan into the back line, meets Schwan. Is he going to be enough to get the takedown? Oh, Maying gets out alive. But as I was saying, Shishan doesn't have that get out of jail card. He got run down there by Wendy. And after that invincibility was procced from his passive, that was all that he had left. And Sun not having the time of his life. He does have the infinite vastness. It is enough to take down CY in that team fight. So he is able to get out of there thanks to that ultimate. But is it enough for Team Secret to come back here?
Well, you can say that is super lucky for the side of Sun and unlucky for CY because he knew that he's got to make himself out. I mean, he got to make a recall, but he didn't really have the time with two members running up. But CY was already weighted down for that team fight, so he goes in for the exchange. So that kind of buys a little bit more time for Team Secret to still be able to go in for a challenge for the Azure Golem. But this is a little risky looking at this current situation. Wave Pit, he's already pretty much taking charge in the forefront, so down to this upcoming Overlord is the rest of Nova Esports going to be able to move all the way in to contest for it, as Wave Pit is already drawing himself into the position, once again soaking all this pressure, and they've also probably spotted the pay eventually coming into the side, so big call. I don't think that Team Secret wants to jump the gun onto this Overlord just yet.
Yeah, I mean, just take a note of where that Tempest Dragon is going to be spawning, right? It's the weakest lane for Team Secret, so Nova Esports have played this very, very well and very methodically. They know that if they get the mini wave crashing through, which is currently happening right now for the side of Nova Esports, they have to go away and kind of tend that garden. They have to make sure that it's all in place before they decide to even contest this Tempest Dragon, because if they lose this, Nova Esports, with the first Tempest Dragon of the day, right? It could come through with the win in game number 1, but Gushing here in the wings.
All down to this potential Tempest, and they spot out Gushing. Oh, this is going to be a dangerous call. The board has been wasted once again. So this is where Nova Esports, they know they have the advantage in this fight.
They have the advantage in this fight. They don't have any more zoning from this side of Shishan on the Team Secret for now, but already starting, trying to bait this Tempest. And once again, Team Secret do have the control into the top side of the map, so Nova Esports, they know that they need to go for this Tempest or they're going to lose that high ground turret. But right now, again, just Sun playing this Lung very, very well. Gets the infinite vastness just to wipe off the side of Nova Esports skills once more. But they do get the high ground turret as they set this team fight up right now. Wave Pit into the back line. Huge Travis Pass onto Gushing. They don't have the smite. Is he going to get out of there? Thanks to the Sage's Sanctuary, quite some time. CY goes down as well. So this is a good opening for the side of Team Secret. But Schwan into the back line. That is still a 2-1 victory for the side of Team Secret. Make that 3-1. They are racking up some kills. They have taken down Schwan Muchi as well. Wave Pit, the only thing in that wing mirror to get them out of this team fight, and Nova Esports do it. Team Secret do it. They get the ace. They are looking to push this top side of the map.
That was the craziest brawl that we've seen in a while. That lasted for more than a minute where they were challenging for the Tempest, but it was Team Secret that prevailed by the end of the call. Wow, we gotta take a look at that final fight again. I mean, Blam, we saw the kind of enticing movements coming in from both junglers trying to take each other out, and then they made the call. It's like, okay, we saw the pay up there, we're gonna chase for him, and CY kind of put himself under fire between 3 members of Team Secret, and suddenly the tides have turned in their favor because of that long extended tray, and just like that, they've been able to overcome Nova, and now advances ahead in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. I mean, this is already an advancement from the last time these two teams met up, right? So it was 2-0 to Nova Esports the first time they ever met together. But now Team Secret actually pull the cat, the bag, the rabbit, everything out the hat and get that victory in game 1 against Nova Esports. It was pretty much very close at that point of the game though, right? Like, it was all kind of centered around that Tempest Dragon, and that team fight was exactly what they needed from Team Secret. Sun here on the Lung played that early part of the team fight very, very well, taking CY off the cards.
That was pixel perfect coming from Sun. I mean, there's just so many instances where he almost gets called out. His timing on the infinite fastness have always been pixel perfect, just to draw just about enough attention, pulls back, and then let the rest of his team handle the situation. And then down to that very final fight, you saw that he was in immaculate position to really chunk out all the targets once that they are performing into an awkward position. So Nova Esports, I definitely say that they have played this very well. It's just that on the final skirmish, I felt like perhaps the priority targeting could have been a little bit better to come up ahead in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like we were saying in the early parts of the game, obviously, as soon as Wendy goes down, that's a huge problem. And you can see here with the damage dealt, right? 117k from this Lady Jen is exactly how Team Secret had such a successful early part of this game, right? They were making sure that Wendy was out of the match so they could actually get some damage onto the side of Nova Esports and not worry too much about CY. Obviously, towards the latter part when he gets itemization, that's when he starts to hurt. Same with Muchi, but not in that early part of the game. So again, another clinical kind of like take apart of Nova Esports by Team Secret.
Yeah, it's also pretty insane that you take a look at this Kier's damage, that it's actually even more than what the Pei has been able to offer throughout this game. I mean, sure, it was a little bit difficult for this Pei to really get plenty of all these potential advancements onto any of these members of Nova Esports, but it was no to be really leading the charge for a lot of all these early game pickoffs that kind of enables Team Secret. And look at this crazy graph. I've not seen anything like it so far.
It kind of looks like some seismic activity going down, doesn't it? But I mean, that's one way to describe this game number one. In this best of three between Team Secret and Nova Esports, this was some earth-shattering kind of gameplay. Like the Tremor Smash, no pun intended, was definitely going to be very nuclear within that one. They were getting a lot of knockups, but at the same time, like you pointed out there, Contra, with the damage dealt by the Zakia, those Mulberry powers were definitely hidden, and the power of those Fireflies was definitely a difference maker for the side of Team Secret. And Noir was landing them at every moment's notice, especially when we're going to see these game highlights. When he phase checks Wendy into that brush, and he was just like, you know what, I'm going for it. Mulberry power, flash, boom. Setup was huge.
Yeah, like his intuition is just second to none. And on top of it, I like that small little nuance right before the initiation on the Tempest. Like they were allowing Nova Esports to gain that control over there, while the waves were also crashing through. I think out of all the players that's been exemplary, Sun definitely was almost untouchable throughout the series. I mean, he's not even dropped a single time, and of course, as Lung, he's offered plenty of damage to really book out the matchup to be our Real Me MVP.
Yeah, I think Lung deserves a skin, and it needs to be a TS Sun skin, you know? I mean, the props that this player has on this pick was very, very good, especially towards that latter team fight. That last little team fight was all down to this player. He played it so well, took out CY, which just meant that Team Secret had such an easier time with that one. I mean, look at his damage taken as well. Only 13%. He was very good at baiting the side of Nova Esports, but not taking any of the damage, but still dishing out 29% of the overall damage from his team. So a great performance here from TS Sun.
Yeah, overall, it's been a crazy back and forth within the game. We saw from the graph itself, and then there's just so many of all these amazing moments out there, but
look at
it
that.
was definitely no. All these early games, this one especially, was crazy.
Yeah, just obviously, like I said, intuition. He was just like, I'm not a mother, but mother's intuition is in this brush. And he got him. And look, just here as well, into the team fight. Just landing the Mulberry power onto Schwan, just really stopped him. And then he just he made his Schwan look like the better one and get the kill onto Schwan. It was just so good.
Yeah, I lost you on that one. So
exactly.
TS Sun, once again, like you said, baiting out so many of all these spells, and he almost faltered in a few of these instances, and this was that pivotal moment. Once they have burned out that Sage Sanctuary, they know that they really want to further commit, takes him out, and eventually he comes with a wraparound, and the rest of Nova just got boxed in.
Yeah, got boxed in, and it was just unfortunate for the side of Nova there. I mean, they did have obviously 3 of the members up, but it was like 2 tanks. Basically, the Dharma goes down, and then Muchi was pretty much trapped in the corner in with Gu Xing. So at that point in the game, you don't want to be trapped in an alcove with Gu Xing Pei, especially when you are the D-Ranger with such little health and only Waypit there to protect you.
Yeah, it really felt like they walk into some suburb back alley and like a gang just forms up. It's like, okay, where you going? You gotta pay up, you know? So I guess like it definitely was a heavy casualty right there for the rest of Nova Esports. But for most part, you saw there was a significant portion of the match where Nova was definitely in control. It's really boiling down to that final fight that really broke it all, because it led up to the point where you see the majority of all these carries from both sides have already gotten like at least 5 slots of full items. So everyone's on that full potential. Is really down on how they've been able to execute. And I think like the final wave that I was trying to elaborate is that, okay, they can allow a little bit more space. It will take a while for them to secure the Tempest. So they were also trying to bait out. It's like, okay, if you're not going to be watching out for this wave, we can just crash right through the top tower. So that's kind of where it was becoming more of a red alert situation for Nova, that, okay, we kind of need to put that pressure onto those points. And that led up to the fight not really drawing out to, wow, what Nova really wanted in return.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams definitely did like what they needed to do in terms of win condition at the right points in this game. Like we saw in the early game, obviously Nova were definitely kind of like bringing it to the side of Team Secret and vice versa. Like they were trying to maintain that gold lead, making it sure it was actually like equalized between these two teams. Because like we were saying, if you take the pay, if you take the Luna and you're not ahead of gold, you kind of already shoot yourself in the foot. And then obviously it's the early part of the team fights. Wendy was the victim first out of that team fight, which again, Lady Chen offers a lot of damage into those early game team fights, especially at level 4 with a Destructive Deluge. At that point in the game, she was already down by 2 deaths. So that was already the clear take apart from Team Secret. But then Nova was like, right, okay, we don't have enough damage. We need to go for the neutral objectives, the Tyrants, which is exactly what they did. And they were able to get some really good team fights in their favor. But then that's when Team Secret was just like, right, we got to put the pressure on, make sure we don't lose the high ground turret. That's what they didn't do. And then it was just enough. That's when the dam burst, was when the high ground turret onto the side of Nova Esports fell. That side of the map had the Tempest. That side of the map had the team fight. And ultimately, Team Secret, with the late game potential of the Lung, got that team fight into their hands. So really, these teams know their draft ins and outs, and they play to them perfection.
Yeah, I think like you said it better, right? Like overall, there's definitely a few things that maybe looking at draft-wise, Nova was the one that bans out the U1. Maybe if they left it in the cards, then perhaps Wendy didn't really have to, you know, play in such a manner where he becomes like the kind of scapegoat, right? You need to kind of soak in all that pressure. If you had a Yuhua on your side, maybe you could do a little bit more, but they kind of want to deny that because you already have so many safety net for the side of Team Secret where it's already so hard to find a target lock onto anybody else. Who are you gonna get? I mean, you commit everything onto Sun, you've seen that he's always flown above and beyond with the infinite vastness, and you can say the same about every other laner coming in from the rest of Team Secret. So that's the reason why that Nova kind of was put into this position where even if you want to look for a catch, there's not going to be an easy one for Waypit, which is why like the entire game, Waypit's like, okay, I'm just going to be mid-shielding whatever they want to toss at me. If we burn something important, that's your cue to call. So I felt like that's also the reason why that Luna may not have the kind of impact that they wanted, because yeah, you get to go for the deep dives, but eventually they're just gonna slide further and further away from you in these team fights.
Correct. I mean, the point I was going to make, obviously, as well, is that obviously Nova Esports had the Dharma in game number 1. I knew they would ban out the Dharma in game number 2. They don't want to give that over to Schwan because, again, we saw a great performance from both of these Clash laners. We had their head-to-head to begin with, and it looked like a ping-pong match. But Mai Shiranui is going to be the first one on here. They want to give the carry role over to Wendy once more, because if we notice from the game that, not yesterday's game, but the previous one they had in the first day of Week 6, Wendy was the carry for both of those games. So now Nova Esports is like, all right, bet we're going to put our carry back onto the board. We're going to give him his Mai Shiranui as well. So they've got to watch out for this one, Team Secret.
Yeah, I definitely think that he's a whole lot more comfortable on his signature hero. So, of course, that's where we want to see what else will they be able to pull up from the side of Team Secret, because right now they can kind of pick up the U1 if they really want to before the second phase, where you're just basically soaking whatever pressure. But we're looking at, what, a Ming and a Zhang Fei. So are we seeing a Zhang Fei Clash lane? What exactly is this? Or is it like a clash Ming?
I have no idea what's going on here. Potentially a mistake. I mean, Ming and Zhang Fei doesn't normally get played anywhere else. I mean, you can't really even play Ming into the mid either, so sure, let's see what happens with the rest of this draft, I guess. But Guan Yu here being picked up for the side of Nova Esports into the Clash lane, and then obviously we do get Muchi getting that lung pick this time. So not waiting around for that bottom bit of the hero pool into the farm lane. Is Lung coming through here? More late game potential. Okay, so we're going for double carry here. Protect the president. Lady Sun once more. Maybe his TM Secret is cooking something up here, but where is this Ming gonna go? Unless we're gonna see kind of like Lady Sun just kind of like fluctuate to and from the mid lane, depending on who their jungler is gonna be for the side of Team Secret. I feel like that may be the game here.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's more likely that we see a Zhang Fei up in the Clash lane just to try to break wall this Guan Yu in the sense where you can't exactly do too much. Ming Lady Sun is a little bit more easier to execute if you were to actually have it over onto the farm lane overall. But moving into the second phase, Zhuang Zi. Man, now that's an interesting move considering that you're already looking at double support, kind of, to be locked away. So,
hey, I mean, Zhuang Zi's been into the Clash lane more than I think Zhang Fei has, so I mean, that makes sense, right? So they're like, okay, we'll just play Zhuang Zi. So...
Actually, pretty interesting thought process on what exactly these guys are currently cooking. So maybe they probably know something that we absolutely don't know. So moving into this, that's going to be the final ban onto the Mosey and also the Liu Ban. So I guess like Nova Esports, they kind of don't want to jump the gun real quick and say that, hey, I guess like maybe they're trying to bait out with a lot of all these flex picks that they are kind of hiding something in between so that they just want to eliminate whatever threat that could still be brought up by the Guan Yu. So Team Secret, they still need a mage on their side. What exactly are we looking at to be able to, you know, keep them sustained? I'm thinking Yu Huan, but Argon definitely is a good shout too.
Yeah, very interesting, right? Like this one here, like we're seeing the Liu Bang ban, we're seeing the Shuangzi ban, so this is clearly something that either Team Secret has scrimmed previously, or there's some kind of like hidden synergy here. But hey, these are the players, we're not the players, we're the casters, we're here to understand this, to go forward. If we ever see this again, we can be like, ha, we were on broadcast when we saw this Zhang Fei and Ming come through. But it kind of, like I said, after the third pick come through, it kind of makes sense. Just protecting the Lady Sun is going to be the name of the game here. Having Orgrin onto the side of Team Secret is going to be another piece of that front line that they have right now. So using the Path of Passing, Conductor of Souls is going to be quite chunky into this one. But Nova Esports going for the Dolia here, obviously double infinite vastness, and then obviously Musashi being the direct counter to Orgrin. Crazy plays here by Nova Esports.
Ooh, I really do like the Musashi pick as well. They can actually double down to just dive all the way to the back to eventually find Sun if he's ever out of position. They're really doubling down. They're bringing the high note, so this is just brick walls after brick walls that Team Secret is currently putting up, just in terms of making sure Sun's going to be having a really good game, but you gotta also ensure that everyone's playing to perfection so that they can kind of cook up some of all these major defensive items to be brought online. But I really want to see, are they gonna be able to pull this game away? Because Nova Esports, they got a whole lot of dive setup in store for what Secret is actually pulling up with some secret sauce on their sleeves.
I mean, they're called Team Secret for a reason. I mean, organization-wise, and the reason why they picked these 5 players up is this moment right now. Haino, Orgrin, Ming, and Zhang Fei up into the Clash lane. Like you said there, very interesting. Obviously, still going to run the double smite because it still makes sense, obviously contesting these mutual objectives. But yeah, how these team fights are going to play are pretty scary, right? I mean, there's a lot of control. They have the Unbridled Outburst. They have their way to dictate into the back line, obviously with the Path of Passing, thanks to the Orgrim. But it's the damage that Lady Sun and potentially even Haino here, thanks to the Ming, is going to do. It's going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, and of course, you don't want to overcommit onto the high note as well. You can just go ahead, put the bait rewind, get the restore back, plenty of health, and at the very same time, he's going to be a nuisance where he could just continuously poke out players in between the battles until that they're low enough that kids for to commit. But it's a lot of pressure for Sun to be able to scale up ahead. So if it were to be Nova Esports, they definitely want to find a way to lock out this bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how there is going to be going up against the Muchi's Lung here, right? Like, we've already seen a promising performance here from TS Sun. In the last game was pretty much MVP worthy. He got MVP first game. But right now, obviously, with this kind of like different kind of draft here that we're not normally used to seeing, obviously Jung playing to the top side of the map as well. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, we're already seeing Nova Esports put like 2v1 up at the top side of the map, whereas Team Secret, Nova's like Team Secret's going like 2-1 down to the bottom side of the map, trying to give that advantage over the side of Team Secret. Gushing, though, using Critical Souls to stay alive in this early part of the team fight is going to be enough. The Illuminate Slash does connect onto Shishan, but again, not quite enough damage just this part into the team fight. So neither of them are going down for now.
Oh, spoke too soon. Wendy does actually secure first blood, going for more.
Yeah, Wendy secures first blood there. He does pick off Gushing. Gushing probably just kind of went in, got a little bit lost in the sauce there, but right now, Nova Esports obviously still taking first blood. Does put them ahead in terms of the gold lead.
Yeah. For a whole lot more
okay. I did say moments ago, right? How are they going to cope with Muchi on the lung? This is not coping. This is them falling to those flaming palms in the early game, and already the thanks to the Dolia, the extra little bit of healing into the early part of the game is going to make the difference here for Nova into the bomb side of the map.
Yeah, they're just brute forcing their way to looking for another deep dive, chunking out a bunch of health bars coming in from the side of Nono, but so long as he keeps Sun intact, that's going to be a-okay where he could just continuously heal. Meanwhile, we take so many of all these glimpses of what went on over mid, where it took so much effort, 3 to 4 members just to take out one. I think, like, if you give enough time, Gushing's still going to be able to do much more. So we'll definitely need to see how well does Team Secret eventually scale to this, despite getting Dova Pawn, where the rest of Nova Esports, the way that they brute force fights have been immaculate.
Oh, yes, the Dalton definitely committed there. It's going to be enough to take down Madame President. She goes down, which is what we were saying in the draft, right? You need to protect her, but who is going to be the guy you call that has the holding skills? It's the Masashi, and CY on this pick is monstrable at this point. He's obviously not getting any kills, but in terms of obviously beating Gushing onto the side of Team Secret in terms of goal difference is definitely where the difference being made here. CC Immunity going in, obviously thanks to the extreme speed and his passive stack up. But right now, it looks like Nova are setting up a non-contested Tyrant.
Yeah, they're definitely not in a position to fight. I mean, one of the bodyguards going to get fired. Oh, Sun again.
Yep, getting picked up once more is not what they're really hoping for here on the side of Team Secret. Right, there it is. Schwan just being a bully, just bullying apart the Ming, and oh, it misses out. Schwan on the Zhongfei, not quite in the unbridled outburst as well as Nua normally does onto the side of Team Secret. He's still trying to go blow for blow in this 2v1 against the Guan Yu and the Dolia. Dolia obviously doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's going to be enough to kind of slow them down. But all that time taken into that top side of the map, we see that Nova gets that T1 and is looking to take away the Azure Golem as well, which is going to be detrimental to the side of Team Secret. But speaking of that as well, Shishan was trying to go from the Fate Rewind, but it wasn't enough and he got cancelled out.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the space that Team Secret has. Where exactly is it safe for Sun, the president, to even play around? Because the rest of his bodyguards pretty much have ragdolls at this moment.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of ragdolls, I mean, they're definitely taking damage like ragdolls as well, right? Like, this is what we said when Wendy got that Maestro and Lee first pick in draft. This is exactly what Nova was thinking. It's like, hey, we need to get him back onto our carry. Fate Rewind being used here just to get that T2 turret back. Nice little play there, but it's not going to be the Hail Mary that they need.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, you take a look at Nova Esports, they're feeling absolutely confident where they knew that there's only one job that every member has to do. Pile in the pressure. All you really have to do, take all that space and continuously shove all of these members of Team Secret behind, and they're not going to be able to scale up to the point where they get all the tank items up. As you can see that they're barely cooking their first item, not exactly securing themselves all too much of those stats in order to soak all this damage, in order to have Sun even scale up ahead. And even if you funnel those go, I mean, currently, this is just going to be them 1,000 behind for the marksman.
Yeah, no, it's not good, right? I mean, like you said there, you're looking at just almost about 1,000 gold behind just in the marksman alone, but then into the mid lane, it is that solid 1k right now, and then into the jungle, it's even further separation. That 1.5k, Musashi already been a great counter to the Orgrin, and having 1.5k ahead, that's not where you want to be when you are Team Secret, but right now, Schwan is not where you want to be either. That's the Unbridled Outburst. Is it going to be enough to save him? Catches 2 onto the back line. The Dolia and the Lung do get hit by that, and it is enough to get him out of this team fight.
Oh, Muchi's coming in.
Oh, yeah, Muchi goes in, and again, the president goes down. With Wendy taking down Noah once more, but the Fate Rewind isn't going to be able to use there to get that T2 back this time. So already, the pressure is surmounted here for Nova Esports.
Yeah, this draft, they absolutely overcooked it, where, I don't know, it's turning into Potters right now, where Hussein is getting pushed around.
Gushing using the Conductor of Souls. He is trying to soak a lot of that damage, but also sustain and keep that high ground turret alive, because he knows as soon as that high ground turret falls into that mid lane, it's going to be hard for them to come back, right? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities, right? We've seen teams come back with no higher ground turrets. But how Team Secret are kind of being pushed around thanks to the Guan Yu, thanks to the Musashi, and even Wendy, right? Like, it's very hard. It's like as if Nova Esports is taking control of their phones.
Exactly. Overall, like, when exactly are we going to be seeing that activation come to fruition for Team Secret? Everybody is pretty much on that gold deficit, and it's going to take a while. Looking for a pickoff once again.
Wendy. Oh, Muchi getting the kill onto Schwan once more. He's going to go for some more. Gushing looking pretty low. We see the duel to the depth being committed there. It is going to be successful. Connect onto Team Secret Gushing, and that's it. Schwan's not quite had enough here. He still hasn't quite got the raise of cavalry, but he doesn't need it. He just needs to poke, prod, and shove Team Secret into his teammates, and they get the kills. They're currently on 11 kills here, looking to go for some more. We only have Shishan alive as they go for the crystal in game 2 is Nova Esports.
They say to Sun, you might be the MVP for the last round, but you don't get to even play the game at all in game 2. I mean, they put too much eggs in the basket for this one, where it requires so much resource. You need so many factors to get Team Secret into a stable note even. We're not even talking about ahead. Just being stable is kind of a win, but when we take a look at what Nova is pulling up with, you already got the Mai. You already got all these high-tempo players on the side of Nova. All they really got to do, push until somebody taps out. And that's kind of what they did. It was super clean. It was an absolute schooling. You don't disrespect Nova like that, where you want that protect the Emperor, President, Prime Minister, whatever. He just looked like a mere mortal, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what kind of happens when you draft a lot of dive into the backline as well, right? Like, there is not really much save space for the Lady Sun. So Sun on the Lady Soon here definitely was at the falter of the Musashi. Maybe should have been banned out a little bit more. But it kind of makes sense as we're looking at it in sort of like in hindsight, right? Is that the Shuang set makes sense. The Shuang ship ban, if that came through, I mean, it has no place within this draft, right? But if that came through, the CC immunity would have been huge for denying the Musashi and everybody else onto the side of Nova Esports. But look at this. Wendy, once he gets back on that carry roll, is unstoppable. 5-0-4.
Yeah, this is so much better for Nova Esports and Team Secret. This is a far cry from their best performance for sure. I mean, Team Secret, I think that there's definitely other things in the books for them, where now they kind of exhausted a lot of all these important picks in this global pick ban. So I'm kind of concerned on what could they potentially bring for the upcoming match, where we're going into match point. You can definitely tell that these members of Team Secret, they are trying their level best to kind of keep Sun intact. Even despite that, halfway through the rotation, Sun get caught out. Once we're onto the bottom lane, once somewhere in the jungle, and then that's kind of like pointless for them to even consider that, hey, we want to get him ahead, but then again, everybody's so far behind, and Nova Esports, they got free reigns, and we saw what Schwan from Nova has been able to do. He was just kind of 1v2ing that situation where both Nono as well as Sun was there, and he just push and shove everywhere it goes, like, oh, you want to go near me in the turret? Yeah, sure. Come, take some of all these turret hits, because I'm just gonna be this Guan Yu that will always be in your face.
Yeah, I mean, quick before the thing disappears, right? Wendy, 70k, Gushing, Shishan, Sun, 22, 21, 25k. I'm no math genius, but that is more damage from Wendy alone than those 3 picks, which is huge when you think about it, right? Like, one hero did the same amount of damage as 3? Come on, bro. That's where you want to be banning out, right? You want to be taking out Wendy's picks here. But look at this gold graph as well. I honestly thought the last time we saw this hill, it looked like a fun hill to roll down, but this looks like an even funner, smoother hill to roll down, right? Like, for Nova Esports, going all the way up to around about 11k gold difference towards the end of the match is, again, just that sizable difference when it came to these team fights. And as we saw within the team fight participation as well, right? There was Neil Poir onto the side of Team Secret, and MVP for the side of Nova Esports is going to be none other than Wendy. Come on, 3 for 1 in terms of damage. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the damage output already. That's kind of what you want when you see a Mai Shiranui in your lobby to be carrying those games. So maximum output coming out of Wendy, and we're not even hitting the mark where they're like, what, 3 slotted of items. It's just halfway through the initial phase, you're already having Wendy so far up ahead. He's just been able to find great engines and further shove them out of position. So it's kind of tough when Team Secret, they were hoping to find a little bit of sense of security, but what security is there when this guy comes in, Cho Hisatsu, to clear him out?
Yeah, no, I mean, Nova Esports, they were going up against like the, I don't know, some impenetrable kind of like data system, and then Nova was just like, you know what, we're like a complete hacker group here, just hack down the side of Team Secret in this game too. But speaking of hacking, we saw a lot of hacking from Schwan there in terms of hacking down with that blade from Guan Yu. Sorry, I'm tripping up my words because it's just so crazy. The amount of kills coming through for the side of Nova Esports, and Wendy here just showing that he loves this Mai Shiranui pick, and it should be banned away from him every chance you get.
Yeah, at least now that they've already picked it, so they don't have to worry about it on game 3. So that being said, though, I mean, you got so many problems for Team Secret. First, it was Schwan's Guan Yu, where he didn't even really have to use his ult's empowerment to basically buff up the skill 1, skill 2. He's just basically bullying people with his passive alone, shoving them back and forth. And it's just such a tough matchup where I don't know. I will never want to ever queue up in the Grandmaster lobby or even any form of elite lobbies because these kind of demons exist. So I don't know. If you see a Guan Yu played at that kind of level, you might as well just hit the surrender button, man. Like, I don't know.
I mean, to be honest, I can imagine Hauler watching this one back and he's like, oh, amazing. And then all of a sudden, the second pick is a Junk Fei. He's probably like, wait, what? That's my role. That's my role. And then you see him up into the Clash lane. It doesn't quite work the way that it wanted to. So I do have to say, unfortunately, Hauler, you got your Ming, but it didn't quite do its thing.
Yeah, overall, I definitely think that they could have made do with a very different support for sure, where it does maybe essentially the same job, where if you take, I don't know, you think about a Yuhuan or whatever that can give a little bit more sustain rather than just forming a brick wall, because you have about, 3 front lines already. You don't need a 4th wall. Like, I know it is definitely ideal where if everything falls perfectly into plan, but they couldn't get any form of leads on either side of the lane, and from all these pressure points up mid, they got punished for a couple moments, and that's where everything started to fall apart. So Team Secret probably will be moving into a different kind of draft. We're definitely not seeing any form of that so-called protect the president anymore. So they got that out of the way. So what exactly will be the drill here, where Nova, they managed to equalize, and that was a very convincing win. It didn't really felt like it was even a challenge at all for Nova. So they can kind of stick to something similar. You need something aggressive for Wendy to be a little bit more proactive, to really put out some of all these damage output onto the members of Team Secret, and the rest of them will be able to follow suit.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that really worries me, right, is the fact that obviously we give Zhang Fei such great praise, obviously through the MKL regular season. He's definitely been the fruit that the team needs, right? But then when you go and draft it up into the Clash lane, like, you've just now burnt out one of, like, Nua's great picks, right? Like, this is a huge pick, and you give it over to Schwan. I mean, global ban doesn't work that way, right? Like, you don't say, right, okay, Schwan's had it, but Nua hasn't. So that's completely off the cards for Team Secret. So maybe they'll end up resulting to something like the Liampo now, right? Because I mean, that's the only real like other tank that they could really go for up down into the support role. Or else they'll look at maybe trying to take the Dolia for themselves, maybe try and go for the synergy with the Elaine into this next game as well, because obviously we haven't seen that quite much within the MKL, but definitely has that great access into the backline, especially if we start to see sort of a backline orientated draft from Nova Esports, right? Especially being on blue side, they can't quite go for the Mai Shiranui, they've already had it, they've had the Dharma first pick as well, so they're probably going to try and lock in potentially maybe the Pei this time around because they've had the Lunar already, in terms of those like prio picks already, or try and even get the Ali through, right? Because we haven't had Ali, right? So
yeah, I'm definitely ringing on to similar notes where we're talking about, you know, what else is left in the pool when this game, Team Secret literally put all their cards on the table and kind of left with, I don't know, A, B tier kind of support roles to be picked up. And then you look at what else is there left on the table, because if you're thinking about a Dolia setup, Sun has already used, you know, what seemed to be the most ideal, the Loom, back in game 1. So definitely looking kind of tough on what they could still bring into this game tree, which might be able to find them a certain success. And most importantly, you pointed out that Zhang Fei usage, which wasn't ideal on Schwinn, but they kind of need to find something in line. So Nova, they immediately say, nope, no Dolia for you. They can even double down if they want to ban the Lampo as well, but Luna definitely takes precedent in that. So that is still going to be a key priority. And Zhang Fei to be banned out by Team Secret.
Yeah, so again, the Pei is available here for CY if he really wants to go for it. I mean, he hasn't used the Orgrin yet either, so there's plenty on the cards here for CY. CY being one of like the secondary kind of carries for the team here. Wendy definitely being kind of like the prio, the man that gets the job done. And oh my goodness, this is Huan. Obviously, can be flexed, but yet the day that I casted previously, Wendy on this Huan was a monster. He was into the backline, he was flashing in, he was taking no L's. He was just like, I'm taking no L's, I'm taking no prisoners, and it was monstrable. It was so aggressive. So a wise first pick here, because it can be flexed still into the jungle or down into the support role, or it could be given over to Wendy here.
Yeah, I think like what you said, very likely it's going to be Wendy if it's going to be very favorable on what the kind of mid laner that Team Secret wants to secure. But at least a little bit of saving grace, Team Secret could still fall back to the Lampo since that they allow it to fall through the draft, and still having a very decent pick on the channel. So to answer back, Team Secret this time will go on the Musashi, while it's going to be matching up to the tempo of what you've expected. The Pei to follow suit, and Nova Esports have definitely kept this Byron pretty much up in the safety net. They could still rely on this kind of pick, but Team Secret, what are they going to answer back with? The ban onto Fuzi. So that is just one of the calls to be made on what could potentially be brought on the marksman lane.
Yeah, I mean, potentially they could have gone for the Futsu and the Chao combo, right? Because then that means that Wendy gets the Schwan. They also get the terrible double duo here, which is the Pei and the Byron, which was very fruitful within the KME and the KMW, and has been, obviously, as we slowly progress through the MKL. But yeah, banning out the Marco Polo as well as the Futsu here. Again, big picks that kind of lock down the Chano also. But we were right, obviously, as we was going from the post-game 2 analysts, going for the Liampo was probably the only call that Team Secret could do here into the support role after Nova Esports counted that Dolia pick in the first bans. But they ban out the Dharma still, so Schwan's not quite going to get that Dharma pick. He's already had the main, he's taken the Zhang Fei, so he's going to go for the Lu Bu. So very interesting here. Dive into the back line. Obviously, Access is maybe going to try and like burst out and exhaust the unending sorrow from Huan, I imagine. And then obviously Masashi can then go into the back line, right?
Yeah, on this Lubu pick, I think that it definitely seems very ideal because some of all these spells as well as his abilities can actually cut through, deals true damage. So it kind of doesn't matter if you have even tick shields to be left available. So Nova Esports says, you know what, you guys have done the Protect the President comp. Now we'll show you how it's done with a semi-tanky frontline. Oh, they could just do the job the same. Whoa, that's a Gao. That's a Gao that we've not seen in such a long time. So how's this going to work for Team Secret?
The MKL teams are cooking. I mean, we had Clash Lane Prince of Lanling yesterday. We had Clash Lane Zhongfei, which we're kind of like, nah, let's leave that one alone. But the Gao here is very interesting. Obviously, it does give over healing. There's a lot of CC AoE as well. Kind of emulates the Hue 1 in a way, but probably not as successful in terms of the meta, in terms of tier picks. But let's see how Shishan can go with this pick, right? Like, this is the first time going into the backline. He has great access into there as well. So a lot of backline access into the side of Team Secret. Maybe trying to take down Muchi on the Lady Sun.
Yeah, I mean, this leak is absolutely well when Jisun on this Gao. I really want to see how does it actually match up to Wendy's over usual aggression, right? Because essentially, like I said, it does pretty much the same AoE kind of damage, has a little bit of sustain to his kit at the very same time. Is he mobile? Arguably so. Does he have escape capabilities? Not too much, because he's carrying a frenzy. He's not really taking flash alongside with him. So I guess he really wants to be in the brink of those fights where he wants to draw that attention, and that's where you kind of want to call in the cavalry. If they overcommit, Xuan, Team Secret will jump in with the Tremble Mortals if ever they need to actually fully commit into those kind of team fights. So I guess like there's plenty of ways to work around it, but Team Secret is banking on hopes that you want those big combos to actually pile in together. So is it a little bit too much of a stretch? Because I think that with the mobility kit of Nova Esports, they're not going to be allowed that easy engagement as much as they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely going to be sort of very team fight orientated, especially for the draft of Team Secret. I mean, it's no stranger to the Lubu, right? Last time Xuan had this pick, he was like 6-0-6, right? KDA. So it definitely bears the fruit, but is it going to synergize exactly the same way as it did with the Zhongfei last time? Because that's where they really got that beautiful setup, right? Like Unbridled Outburst, Tremble Maul was just such crucial, like oppressive crowd control for the side of Team Secret. So we'll see if the Tremble Mortal and the Tremor Smash come through that same kind of way, but we're already seeing Nova definitely chipping away at Noah for now.
Yeah, he's just hoping to at least hold out the mid lane. We're looking at the TP to eventually be utilized over on mid lane just to recover, but already coming up with a Master Patient Sun now, just really putting a little bit of noise towards Smoochie, because ideally you still want to put that pressure on. No comes in, knocks them up with the Tremor Smash just to protect Sun for a little while longer. Well, I say Tremor Smash, but not level 4. My bad.
There we go. We got ahead of ourselves, right? We want to see some big Tremor Smashes come through, right? So I don't blame you. Don't worry. But no, quite at this moment in time, obviously, Nova Esports definitely still have the lead in terms of the gold. B800 at this point of the game, it doesn't really matter. It just, all that matters is that Team Secret try and basically curb that gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, true enough. And what I really do like about Team Secret's comp, as much as it is not the usual meta stuff that they're actually playing up with, is that they do have plenty of front line. I would argue that this works much better than what they had back in Game 2, which we don't want to talk about it anymore. It just didn't really work out with that main. So now we have No spotting one out, but does he want to overcommit? Because there's 3 members of Nova, and they also spot out Goosing up mid.
No, he's just doing what Waypit did in Game 1, right? He's just kind of sussing out. He's getting a lot of that kind of skills, giving the intel over to his teammates, so they're not walking into the brushes and then being the unsuspected victims, right? Because like when we've seen about Nova when they played it in game number 1, if you're going to phase check with anybody, you're going to phase check with Oliampo.
Yeah, true enough. And at the very same time, I think like scalability wise, I mean, as much as Muchi is gonna hit like a truck, you will have quite a significant amount of damage output that is going to be in the form of DPS when they're
okay. Tremble smashing into the back line, disconnect on the 3, but already before that time, Noah took so much damage from Nova Esports, but it was enough time to buy out the Tyrant to go over to the side of Team Secret. So trading your support for the Tyrant is a good trade at this point in the game.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. And they spot him out at the same time. Tremble models have to be utilized just to get out of safety. Gushing now getting caught.
Gushing, he hasn't contested CY at all. This part in the game, he does get taken out, which could be troublesome for the side of Team Secret as they are losing their T1 up into the Clash lane. But this is the point that I wanted to make before they got the Tyrant, right? Like, no one's been checking CY. No one is being basically saying, check yourself before you wreck yourself. We will be in your jungle if you aren't careful. And nobody's done that. They've given him complete room for now. And right now, Noah is feeling that burn. That damage coming through. Shishan is going to be able to potentially escape here, but no. CY pounces onto the backline there. They get the T1. This is methodical.
Yeah, that was just a big ripple effect. The moment that they took out Nono for the first time, they know nobody's going to be able to guard Gushing, and they're looking for more!
What? The absolute violation there from Team Secret. I mean, no, but Esports, sorry. They was like, we know he's around here. There's no minion wave push into the bot side of the map. He's got to be here. And they even dive from the T1 territory. It was just like, that was going in. They knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, man, call the Popo because I want to report for harassment. These guys, they're just really just running their hands everywhere across the map, and it is really violating whatever space that Team Secret has, and they didn't even pay for what they did. Like, we continuously trample on him. Now we catch
CY, maybe get a catch over here with a lot of AoE. Oh, so there we go. Finally getting the kill on the board is going to be Team Secret taking out their jungler onto the side of Nova Esports. A lot of damage being taken off the board. Whereas they still have, obviously, Lady Sun available. Late game, she is going to be popping off a little bit more. But in terms of that lane alone, we are seeing that TS Sun is actually ahead in terms of the gold lead. So not quite having the lead that she needs to, but she's still definitely getting the itemization, right? She's got the Eternity Blade. She's building into, obviously, another attack speed, crit damage item. She has the physical defense boot as well. So Lady Soon is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I guess like you just need a little bit more of that space to farm out, get that second slot and third slot of the items, and then look for even more. But right at this moment where CY is working at around
Fought into the backline onto Gushing. Is it going to be enough? He does get taken down thanks to TS Sun doing a lot of damage, but Wendy once more being so aggressive onto the Q1. You think she's a passive player, but she's not. She can be deadly as well. She not only does damage, but heals.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming, and right now, I'm still looking for a lot more involvement coming from Shisan to be able to match what Wendy has to do when it comes down to these kind of fights. But here comes Shisan, he's just there clearing out the waves, but he's looking more!
Yeah, no, he's gonna get run down there. He's got no means of return, right? I mean, there's a lot of slow onto the side of Nova Esports as well, right? We've seen a lot of Frostgar's Embrace, as well as potential Frozen Breath here for the likes of, obviously, Wendy on the Q1. But we see, yeah, there we go, Frostgar's Embrace for CY, and it looks like it is going to be going built onto a Schwan on the Byron as well, right? So when you're in there, when you are Gao, you are pretty much stuck in, because that's going to be a lot of kind of decreased movement speed here. Gushing maybe looking for a catch-out, but Schwan, he protects it. He goes into the brush, face on, looking to get him to run down there, but it's going to be taken around. Shishan gets a kill onto CY for now. Muchi trying to get the kill onto Shishan and gets it. So overall, a 2-2 trade for now. Nova running with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, they had to run, but I would say that as much as it was a couple of shutdowns for Team Secret, they are still having the Muchi unchecked. So you do not ever 1v1 this Lady Sun, whether if you're Gao or whatnot. So it was kind of devastating on how they were kind of pinched into certain angles, where I was taking a look at Schwen on his ability to try to sniff out some of all these positions. He was pulling up the tremble borders. Unfortunately, that hit onto nobody at all. That could have actually been pretty huge if he could mark onto a few members of Nova Esports. Nono checks their position, and now calls the shot.
Oh, the flash, the Tremor Smash into the backline gets 2. It gets CY and it gets Waypit, 2 crucial team parts off the side of Nova Esports. So CY going down is a big hit to their damage. And if Waypit did go down, that's a big hit to the healing. But at the same time, Schwan is just looking to put a pressure onto Gu Xing into the back line of this team fight. Not going to be able to take him down, but it's going to be enough to keep the pressure onto that top side lane where they're not really paying much attention to, right? Because if you're looking at this as a broad kind of picture, Nova Esports are definitely winning in terms of the lane, right? They have the T1 in the mid lane, T1s across both side lanes. So really, Team Secret need to just take this part and improve. They need to make sure they get some of these side lanes T1s as well.
Yeah, at the very same time, you need more of all these heroics coming out of Nono, because what he did back in the mid lane was just absolutely stuff of beauty. If he could have just kept another catch onto C1, then they could potentially turn the tides onto getting themselves perhaps an Overlord that's pretty much spawning in 10 seconds time from now. With a lot of space for Nova Esports to work with, I believe that they should be uncontested moving into this Tyrant takedown. Team Secret, if they really want to call the shots, they really have to sift through Wendy as well as 3 other targets. So No now leading the fray. A big shot over on the Wendy. That is definitely going to
she took a lot of damage. Yeah, oh, but Gu Xing into the backline there. Too much CC. Is he going to be able to get out of there alive? Oh, CY with the pick up on the Gu Xing. Wendy for Shishan as well. Oh, Mochi takes down Shishan. Double kill going over to CY. And it is going to be Sun who is running into his own jungle just to maintain that Azure Golem from CY. But that's not where the prize is, baby. The prize is this higher ground turret and potentially this crystal as Sun comes back trying to defend it. Nova are at the crystal. Looking to take this a 2-1 victory from the side of Team Secret. They're running in with the minions. They get the takedown of the crystal. Nova Esports with the ace with the 2-1.
What a series this has been, and Nova Esports comes up ahead, and of course a very strong statement where you have great ideas, and this U1 pick for Wendy was definitely the key factor in throughout all these team fights where you saw that last call from Team Secret thinking that, hey, it's go time. We gotta just shove them away from that Tyrant. Well, joke's on you. Only this Yuhan's gotta do, press that ultimate, and like everybody's gonna be able to stay intact. And just like that, they could just once again recommit and just absolutely trample the rest of Team Secret where, yeah, we got some bright ideas coming with this gal, but finds no success. 1-4-2 and almost cooking in a couple of items. But overall, like you said, this is just a masterclass out of Nova Esports where you got everything running well from Waypit Wendy's combo to be able to keep that sustain for them to triumph ahead of Team Secret.
Yeah, the thing that really surprises me here, if you look at itemization, there is no anti-heal in sight for the side of Team Secret. Who does Nova Esports have? Q1 and Diadea. This could be the crumbling already of the great potential of Team Secret within this game 3, right? Like, I would have thought at least Gao would have gone for or rushed Venomous Staff, right? Because, I mean, because of the massive AoE he has, that's very crucial into trying to run down the healing, but you can kind of see how Nova Esports won now. There is no contestant to the anti-heal.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. There's nobody building any anti-heal items, and on top of that, as much as you have Schwinn that can kind of chunk out true damage and ignore some of all these shooting, it was barely enough because every moment that this Lubu jumps to the fight, he is going to put a lot of targets on his back. And sure, you relieve some of that pressure from Goosing, but Goosing, he could only try his little best to jump onto CY. So I think like CY definitely has taken a little brunt of it, but mainly you saw Waypit as well as Shred to be soaking 40,000 of damage involved so that he could just allow a lot more space for Muchi to continuously pile and poke and prod until they secure more and more of these kills from his favor. Well, Shishan, I think like there was no good avenue for them to just have that perfect run where he could just get the massive rock out. So all in all, Nova Esports, it was a clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, overall, obviously, the gold lead was definitely sort of always flirting towards Nova Esports, right? I mean, you see a little bit of a dip there around about the 3-minute mark where we could kind of see a little bit of a return to former glory for Team Secret, where they try to get a few kills, but then after that point, that's when obviously the Tyrant came up, the Overlord came up, and that's where the extra bit of damage for obviously Nova came through. They only had, it's one Tyrant apiece, right? First Tyrant went over to Team Secret because they lost Nua for it. But then the second Tyrant came over, and then that's where the damage just kind of rippled through, because in terms of itemization and the fact that you're about 6.3k gold ahead at that finishing point, that's going to be a lot more damage going for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, Team Secret, I think like they were making some really, really bold calls, right? Where they don't exactly have to contest for that last Tyrant that we saw, as much as you might ideally want to look for a certain pick. Wendy played out this Yuhuan to perfection. You said that he has been the scariest of Yuhuans out there, and he's once again proving that to be the case with 22% of damage being done. And he also soaks in a lot of all that damage output in order to have a lot more room for the rest of his members to play out. So this is the stuff of beauty what Wendy has to bring to the table.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, another good point to this one is just showing how good of a player Wendy is. He is now top MVP awards in the regular season. He has 9 MVP awards overall. Of the past 6 weeks, he's got 9 of them. Wendy really showing up and paying dividends here as the carry of Nova Esports. Not only just on picks like the Mai Shiranui, but when he gets his shoe on, he is crazy.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, when we look at the sequence of events from that mid-lane pickoff against Nono, and then they hunt out for Gusik, and then they just run all the way down and say, okay, Sun's unguarded, we could definitely get this dive going. And I felt like after that, there's just the rest of Team Secret licking their wounds, barely having enough space in order to even farm out on their own. And it's just a little bit tough when they were held on a chokehold all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen like big, like obviously team fights like this. Again, Shishan using the launch pad, just trying to get back into sort of like give aid to his teammates. But it actually just kind of like it furthered the inevitable, right? Like it just shorted his life in total, as we can see here. He rotates up, tries to put pressure onto Moochie. Moochie's just like bingo shot, baby. Rolling raid, ultimate shell to the face. And then here, just the great potential of Waypit onto the Diadea, using that Destiny counter just to take and rip apart the potential of that Tremble Mortals into the backline is just crazy. And Nova Esports knew what they were doing, run it down, got the crystal, and then it was a 2-1 scored over ball. But this is gonna be, run us through, Contra. This is the play-ins and playoffs so far.
Yep, and you guys definitely want to be at Sunway Pyramid from the 6th to the 8th of June, where you get to catch the best of Honor of Kings teams in Malaysia to duke it all out. We will look at the upper brackets, where we kick off with AG Global taking on DTE Gaming to start the first match, and then we have O2 to fend off against Team Secret. Winners of respective matches will face either Nova Esports or Black Shrew, and losers go into the lower bracket. And looking at this, it definitely will be bangers of matches to behold. So you guys definitely don't want to miss out on any of the action. So make sure either you tune in online or be on ground, because there's just so much that you can reap as rewards. I'm pretty sure there's goodies. There's also a lot of friends you can make along the way, as well as to take some great photos with your favorite players. So I'm looking forward to the playoffs already. At least we get a little glimpse of what these teams are capable of. This series, you know, it's been a lot back and forth back in Game 1. Game 2, Game 3, we got some questions for Team Secret, but it really felt like with all these kind of cheese strats that they were trying to cooking, it just didn't really seem that it has been working out so far. But I kind of like what they were trying to bring to the table.
Exactly. We're going to get into an interview, obviously, with the winners in a moment. We will be going over to Wendy once more. I feel like we've seen quite a lot in the interview spot. So let's go and have a few words with Wendy and see how he's feeling.
Wendy, congratulations. This is a great match. Well played. Tell us how you're feeling in this series, because you guys definitely have a lot of back and forth.
就是这一轮打完就比较开心嘛， 因为我们还是拿到了第1、第2，我们之前的算是目标的名次吧。
Okay, what Wendy say is he's feeling happy and excited because after this match, Nova Esports is confirmed to the playoff, and then we will be the top 2. This is what is the expectation of Nova Esports. So yeah.
All right, that's great. And Blam, I'm pretty sure you got some hot questions out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be having the playoffs in Sunway Pyramid soon. Usually, do you feel more pressure playing in front of a crowd, or do you think it gives you better confidence boost?
我们季后赛会在那个商场那一边，就Sunway Pyramid那一边去打嘛。那你觉得，就现场的观众会让你感觉怎么样？就是会是给你更大的动力呢，还是会影响到你？
就会有非常多动力嘛。要是有粉丝为我加油的话，可能实力就翻上翻嘛。
Okay, so when we are going to the playoff and we playing in front of the crowd, they will empower him to be more better.
Wow, I really love the spirit that they give you the energy and you give them a great game. I love what you guys bring to the table already. Can't wait for the playoffs. Now, I do have one more question for you, Wendy. Looking towards the playoffs, would you think that Nova versus Team Secret Grand Finals is possible, or do you think that we got better challengers? Are you expecting to face a different team if you guys make it to the Grand Finals?
就季后赛总决赛的时候，你觉得我们还会再遇到 Team Secret 吗？或者是你会觉得会遇到就是别的哪一个队伍？
我还是比较希望 TS 能够打上来的。
Okay, so we hope that Team Secret will get into the grand final with us, and then we will have a nice game in the grand final.
All right, of course. Thank you so much, Wendy. You got any words that you want to say before we go into the playoffs? Anything for the audience as well as your fans supporting Nova Esports?
你有什么要对粉丝说的吗？
就非常感谢大家对我们的支持和鼓励吧，然后我们会尽全力的去拿下这个比赛。
So first thing first, we want to thank you to the fans that support us, support Nova Esports, and also we will try our best to get into the EWC and also to get into the grand final.
All right, thank you so much, Wendy. 谢谢你, and of course, 加油. Hope that we get to see even more from Nova Esports. All right, take care, Wendy.
好，拜拜。
Bye.
And there we have it, our interview with Wendy. He was like, hey, I can be better with an audience in front of me. I mean, is it even possible at this rate? Like we've seen him over the past 3 days, and he has been monstrous. Like, if he gets a crowd, is that gonna just take him tenfold?
I think so. If you're looking at Yuhuan performing at this rate, you're maybe looking at the 20-0 Yuhuan. Who knows? That might just be the case. Or if he's ever going on at My Shiranui, you don't even want to allow that to slide in. So you know what's up. So, of course, if you guys want to catch Wendy in action, you guys know what to do. Mark on your calendars, 6th to 8th of June. You guys want to be in Sunway Pyramid. You guys get to have fun, or hang out with your friends in the mall, make even more friends, and, of course, play Honor of Kings together. So other than that, this all comes down to a wrap. I mean, it's definitely a pleasure to be casting alongside with you, Blam, to close out the regular season. Wow, it's been a wild ride, and as much as it's been, a long 6 weeks, it doesn't feel that long at all because action-packed all across these weeks. I am absolutely entertained. So, Blam, what was some of your favorite moments out of, all these series played out?
I mean, favorite moments, there's probably a plethora of them. There's so many that I probably can't even mention. But I do have to say to obviously O2 Esports and DTE Gaming, obviously these two teams came from the closed qualifier, right? These are partner teams, and these came through all the way to the MKL spring season 2025 through the regular season, and now are getting into the play-in. So I just want to kind of give a message to the players that are thinking about playing and making it competitive. If these teams can get into the top 6 spots, what's stopping you and your friends obviously getting together, making a great team, and getting onto the next MKL obviously in winter? So it's just so good of Honor of Kings Esports that you don't have to be having to go into the partner teams, and then if you're not in the partner teams, tough luck. It's like, hey, if you fight tooth and nail for it, you can be here just as much as those partner teams. And hey, you can even take the top 6 spot from a partner team like Todak. Like these guys are partnered. These guys are not. It's like, it's anybody's game, and that's what I really love about these leagues.
Yeah, me too. And overall, whether if you're watching from across the globe, there's also other running leagues out there where you could basically form a squad or even maybe prove yourself if you climb the ladder. Maybe if you're the top 10%. Top 1%er in the end party of your region, you might want to consider, playing and earning some good money at the same time. So who knows, hit up some of your favorite teams and see if you could actually go for those tryouts, and you might just have a lustrous career in the realm of Honor of Kings. So let's take a look at the playoff schedule, because this is where we will be seeing all the teams battle it all out for the grand prize and the glorious trophy. We kick things off with AG Global to take on DTE Gaming, and it will decide who will be knocked down to the lower brackets. And then we have O2 versus Team Secret. How are you liking the draft so far? I mean, like the brackets overall, Blam.
Yeah, I really like it, right? I mean, Age against DTE, we've already like established that DTE is one of these teams that are very sort of flippant, very sort of like, is it heads or tails today? We don't know. Let's go. And obviously, today AG took a 2-0 victory over them. So this is the final 2 best of 3s. Obviously, these 2 play-in matches that we have first against O2 Esports and Team Secret as well. Again, another fire matchup. But then that's where things are now going to get a little bit more shaky, right? Like 2 of these teams are going to have to play a potential of a total of 5 games at least, right? Because then they have to go on and play a best of 5 against none other the Nova Esports and Black Shrew Esports. Like, that's not just any kind of a challenge. That's like, you've got to bring your A game and then bring your S+ game against these 2 teams.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of interesting drafts will they cook up. Or will it be the same as the regular season? Because you gotta put everything on the line for this championship run. So, of course, I can't wait for that to happen. It's going to be pretty much a week or 2 from here on out. So I'm definitely tuning in. I'm not going to be casting, I guess. I'll try to make my way on ground. I'm not too sure if I can supply you a ticket. I wish I have enough funding for me to do so. It's okay. You get to watch online.
I'm casting the day, so I mean, it's probably just as good that I didn't book the tickets because I was really thinking about it. But I will be on the broadcast for the first day of the playoffs with my son Sagi. He will be doing the cast with me, so we'll be doing the 2 best of 3s for you guys, and then the best of 5s afterwards. So it is going to be a long day, but it is going to be the start of the entertaining finish of the MKL Spring Season 2025, and I honestly cannot wait for it.
Yep, and of course, that's all that we have for today. This marks the end of the regular season. If you guys want more Honor of Kings action, make sure you guys, of course, tune in, hit that sub button, hit that follow button, and of course, always be playing to see what kind of awesome stuff that you guys can gain by playing Honor of Kings. So that's all from me, Contra. Any words before we wrap up, Blam?
No, it's been a fantastic regular season. It's only going to get heated up within the playoffs, so it's not going to end here, guys. This is just goodbye for now. We'll see you on June the 6th for the play-ins and the playoffs where things start to heat up. See you later.
Ever-changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.